Make way for Mr. Speaker.
Introduction by members. Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills. Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Speaker. In this chamber, I call continued second reading Bill 10. And in the Douglas Fir Room, Section A, I call continued estimates of the Ministry of Education and Childcare to be followed by the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation.
Committee chairs.
Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just continuing on from where I left off before the break. I was speaking to what this is about, this bill. Certainly, to recap, we have not seen this government look to the recommendations of the panel. I've talked about the protections against unfair labour practices that are there in the Labour Relations Code, the fact that the minister has yet to demonstrate since the changes that were made to the Labour Relations Code under Bill 30 with the extension from the 3-month period to the 6-month period for validity of certification cards, union certification cards, as well as the reduction in time between the application and the vote, that there has been considerations around any unfair employer interference as a result. So that certainly is something that I know the critic for Labour, the member from Shuswap, as well as other members here will be questioning the Minister of Labour on as we get to the committee stage. But I was also talking about the political opportunity, and I know that other members for the official opposition have talked about that, as to why this government has pushed on to do this in light of the fact that the public opinion is not there, the support amongst workers is not there, and that the Premier yet has made it no secret that he intended to scrap the secret ballot for union certification and transition to card checks as soon as he had the opportunity to do so. He tried to push that through in 2019, but then stopped on that. As I mentioned earlier, we're talking about the former leader of the third party who wasn't in favor of that. But also, again, from the panel's report point of view, that strong recommendation that the secret ballot be maintained, providing that there were sufficient measures to ensure the exercise of employee choice. We recognize that certainly the collective changes here that are being proposed, we've seen changes by this government to favor certain unions only representing 15% of the workforce under the community benefit agreements. We've seen the largest donations in the political history of BC to the United Steelworkers back in 2017. But I would say in terms of the community benefit arrangements that not only have they led to an increase in costs, delays, and reduced scope for projects on public infrastructure projects, but also, Madam Speaker, there is a concern beyond just that. And that is under the Election Act, there are no third-party spending limits during the pre-campaign period, nor before the pre-campaign period with a limit of $150,000 during the campaign period. So we know that under related project labor agreements that requires 32 cents per person per hour to go to unions themselves. Now, these are not just any unions. These are the specific unions that are part of the Allied Infrastructure and Related Construction Council of BC, the NDP-approved unions that represent and employ less than 15% of the construction workforce in BC. We know that these unions historically have been significant political and financial supporters of the NDP. And under the 2018 Election Act amendments, unions can no longer be financial supporters. But unions certainly can be political supporters, Madam Speaker, both in third-party advertising efforts and organization of volunteers. Under the Election Act, third-party sponsors must be registered, so there is some transparency. I would suggest that the removal of the secret ballot and the delivery by the Premier and this Minister of Labour on that promise to their particular support base is similar to what they've done under community benefit agreements, because community benefit agreements effectively enable public taxpayer funds to be diverted to NDP-favoured unions, which represent less than 15% of construction workers in BC. This amounts to funding of the unions who support the NDP. This is politics and what we're talking about here. I've talked earlier about the need coming out of the pandemic to consider stability and balance in the workforce. And that's why, with the lack of consultation, once again, that this government has demonstrated, that has been articulated by the 23 organizations, employer organizations that have written to the Premier back on April 25th. The member from Shuswap cited that letter into the record. The Leader of Official Opposition talked about the lack of consultation and what that means to British Columbians. But yet again, this government is demonstrating that they're not listening and finding the right balance. This minister is not doing what he was asked to do in his mandate letter from the Premier, which is to go out and consult and listen. Now, this minister may say, well, that's the reason why we did the panel report. Panel report, certainly back in 2018, did some consultations. But again, the panel report recommended the secret ballot be maintained. Panel report also recommended that other protections be done, and that's what this government did in Bill 30. Again, the extension from 3 months to 6 months for union certification cards and the reduction of the period between 10 and 5 days between the time of the vote and certification, or the time of application and certification vote. This back and forth is not helping the labor stability in British Columbia at a time where we are needing stability coming out of this pandemic. And of course, we know that the elimination of secret ballots under Bill 10 is not the only concern with this bill. Clause 1 would also allow union rating to take place in the construction industry between the months of July and August of every year, as opposed to every 3 years, as was previously allowed. This section and clause of the bill goes directly against, Madam Speaker, the recommendations of that 2018 expert panel. It was also the subject matter of an amendment, the only amendment that the official opposition was able to make with the support of the third party to that Bill 30, the magic number 43. 43 members of this House voted to approve that amendment. It was led by the initiatives of the leader of the third party and the member from Shuswap and the former member from Chilliwack, as to get that amendment across, which would make annual rates consistent with what is set out in the panel report, and that is on a 3-year basis. Again, this concern has deviated from that. And when you look at the panel's report, it states that raids are divisive and disruptive to employers, unions, and employees. In the public consultation process, this is a direct quote, there was considerable support from unions and employers for reducing the frequency of open periods for raids to correspond to other Canadian jurisdictions. The annual open period in BC is the exception for Canada. So why, Madam Speaker, would this government see fit to deviate from what every other Canadian jurisdiction has done? And why would this government see fit to deviate from the unanimous recommendations of the panel that they appointed? The panel's commentary goes on to say, in quotes, the development and evolution of a productive bargaining relationship requires time. In the case of a newly certified bargaining unit, the possibility of a raid immediately after certification is problematic. In our view, the frequency of open periods in other Canadian jurisdictions provides a more balanced approach, which recognizes the disruptive effects of raids. Again, Madam Speaker, this begs the question as to why this government thinks it knows better than any other jurisdiction in Canada, and why it would deviate from the panel recommendation. We know that even with the BC Federation of Labour Unions, including BC Trades Unions, that they will certainly speak affirmatively about the employee's right to choose. But interestingly enough, they have all banded together to create what are known as non-raid pacts. That is to say, if employees are experiencing poor service with one BC Fed union, they ask another BC Fed union to represent them, they will say no, work with your own union, effectively denying an employee's choice. The only target of this legislation is quite obvious then, Madam Speaker, and that's the independent unions, the ones that in fact do give their members the ability to choose. And again, Madam Speaker, BC Fed unions have donated millions of dollars to this government over the years. And again, this is what's at stake. This is just political payback. And we know that when you take an example, the members on this side of the House certainly know about the Hanway 1 expansion and the impact of the project labor agreements on those projects. So if you assume for a moment that work commences one particular summer, this summer, and if the workers on this project were to choose to be represented by another union this July, then the effect of this Bill 10 would be that the new union could apply to the Labour Board to have that agreement terminated, thus ending the agreement between the BC Infrastructure Benefits, Inc., and the group of the selected unions, some 90 days later. They are creating, under this Bill 10, uncertainty, instability. And we know that we need that stability in the face of these raids. As we look forward to the impact on community benefit agreements, I've talked about the indirect way in which funding goes back to these same unions. We've seen that in the course of affordability, needing to create more housing supply in this province, that the ability to have annual rates on construction sites is only going to undermine that level of work that needs to take place. Government has only made a small fraction of progress on their promised 114,000 housing units. We've seen under CBAs that they've added as much as $4.8 billion to the cost of public infrastructure projects. So, Madam Speaker, as we look at Bill 10, we do not see the basis for these changes. We see the recommendations of the panel back in 2018 that are not being implemented or adhered to. We've seen the debate on this House in Bill 30, and it's back again now here in this Bill 10. I expect that at committee stage we will be seeing at length the kind of demonstration that we will see from this minister and this government to demonstrate what they're seeing since the changes were made in Bill 30, only over a year and a half ago. We know that unfair labor practices are being dealt with under the Labor Relations Code. We know that there's an ability and a right balance to ensure that that is the case. Secret ballots ensure that there isn't that level of coercion that could possibly take place. And this is something that, as we look at the opportunities to work forward, we need to find that right balance. We need to maintain that balance. And those 23 organizations, their voice, the level of consultation that they should have had on this bill, has been dismissed. I understand from this government that they're quite concerned, as we all are, on British Columbians' right to work safely, with fair compensation, and being treated well on the work site. But it's also the employer's responsibility. And it's our responsibility to ensure that we have the right legal frameworks for employers and employees, union and non-union, to work together. When that balance is upset, when it's undermined, as this government is doing now, for political benefit, either through CBAs, the backdoor funding to these unions, these specific unions, or other mechanisms, the promises that the Premier has made politically to get elected, that doesn't make for good labor relations. That's what this code is about. So as these members on the government side continue to throw up noise around worker safety, and in the case of the current member from Chilliwack, U.S. labor laws, which have no application in Canadian context, we need to bring this debate back to and root it on the grounds, because if political parties are unable to deal with good policies, then we should be looking at the recommendations in the panel. And that's where the balance was achieved. And that's what members of this House did when we amended Bill 30. And that's what this government has done in adhering to some or many of those recommendations. So again, at the committee stage, we look forward to the minister and this government demonstrating the reasons behind the concerns from an unfair labor practice for what's being proposed under this bill. But in the absence of that, Madam Speaker, I join my other colleagues on this side of the House to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Penticton.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm here today to take my place in the second reading of Bill 10. And before I start, I would just like to thank my peer from Vancouver-Langara. Greatly appreciated the comments and the points that you brought forward, and I really do hope, sir, that they do stick with government. And I hope the government does listen to some of the points that have been raised, not only by the opposition, the official opposition, but I'm quite sure by many, many people that have been talking to their respective MLAs, both on the government side, but from what we are also hearing on our side. Madam Chair, I just want to revert back a little bit. You know, I was incredibly fortunate as a kid, you know, with playing in community sports and all that, and I started my career working, other than picking cherries, you know, which we all did. But started my career working in a gas station at the top of Summerland Hill. It was convenient. I could walk over from school. I could get a ride home with friends, usually going down the hill, and or my parents could come up and pick me up. And but through hockey and a hockey connection, I'm going to call him Coach because that's what we all called him. And I had heard through the grapevine that Northwood Mills at the time, which became Weyerhaeuser, hired students that could show that they were up to the task of working hard and working in an industrial situation, and they'd hire you to do cleanup on Saturdays. And then a bonus was, because if you were off at Christmas time, or you were off at Easter time, or you were off at /spring break, we called it semester break at the time, you could also pick up extra shifts, and you'd be bagging lumber or additional cleanup. And if you're unfortunate, you got stuck on the green chain, which none of us wanted to do because those guys were pretty big and burly, or at least they know how to do it compared to us little fellers. And it was phenomenal. If I remember correctly, Madam Speaker, I was earning $1.25 pumping gas and wiping windshields back in the days when you didn't do it yourself. You had people there to do it, checking oil, checking tire pressure and everything else. And lo and behold, I got asked by Coach if I wanted to work, and I said absolutely, and got a job at Weyerhaeuser, became the member of the first union in my lifetime, International Woodworkers Association. And great people, absolutely great people there. However, when I got hired, the first Saturday I was asked to show up, excuse me for a minute, Madam Chair. The first Saturday I was asked to show up, lo and behold, they were on strike. And here was me, a kid driving my dad's Volkswagen van, got to the gates and there was all these people across it and expressing their discontent, which is part of our democratic system. Right? But I didn't know why I couldn't go through those people and go to work for Coach. So after a few coarse words were said to me by a few people trying to drive around them and get into the yard, a gentleman that knew Coach very well came up and asked me, actually knew my parents, and he said, "What are you doing?" And I told him I was a new hire and that I was going to work. And he said, "Well, you're not going to work today, we're on strike." So he says, "Go home." He says, "I'll talk to Coach." And so Coach phoned me a couple of days later and he said, "Okay, when the strike's over, you can come back to work." That was my first indoctrination into unions. And it wasn't a bad one. It was a real pleasant one, to be honest with you. They gave me a phenomenal wage. And if I remember correctly, it was over $4.50 an hour. $1.25 pumping gas, $4.50, and doing way more interesting things. It gave me the opportunity to learn because, sorry, Dad, but after work, they would take me down to the local establishment in OK Falls. You know, you look a lot older when you're wearing a hard hat and you got grubby clothes on and everything else, and the guys would buy me a cold beer. You know, I was underage, but they got me in there, and you know, so, and I had a wonderful opportunity. And mark my words, there was lots of things talked about because I came from a retail family and that, and that was my first kick at it. And through my entire life, Madam Chair, of work, I have been very fortunate to be in a position where I belong to 5 unions. And every one of them treated me with an incredible opportunity of wages that were not normal for somebody growing up. Gave me an opportunity to see the other side, where you come from a family owning a business and having your own employees. It gave me a total different perspective on it, and I had nothing but the admiration for it. Nothing but the admiration. So, International Woodworkers Association of America, maybe it was at the time, IWA, Teamsters, the railroad union, I don't remember the name, but I worked for CP, first of all as a sectionman, and then came home because I learned in Lake Louise that a sectionman spends his whole life in the wintertime shoveling snow off of all the switches. By the way, it can snow that much one night in Lake Louise, and the switches weren't heated. You had to shovel off, and then when you got that all done, you know the spiral tunnels in Lake Louise? Well, we all spent our time in there chipping ice. And I thought, boy, I am not going to be a mole for a whole winter and be underground. So I went back home, and I was fortunate enough to get on as a brakeman because I was already in Canadian Pacific Railroad, and I pulled between Penticton and Spence's Bridge. And I did the shifting of cars and everything else in between there, so I was classified as a front-end brakeman. Yeah. Yeah. It was a learning experience, MLA, learning experience. And then going back to school and everything else, and then being able to be fortunate enough to be hired in a construction job, and it was, if I remember correctly, maybe the member can help me, it was 602 Construction Workers Union, which did underground work, and when I say underground, like sewer, water and sewer work, and that was phenomenal. And then my years spent at university, I was fortunate. I worked for a produce warehouse in Penticton, and it was Retail Wholesale Union, and that was again. And as a kid, again, Madam Chair, I was so fortunate. I never had to take a student loan out. My parents didn't have to help me going to school, and it was the benefit that I derived being a member of the union that helped me with wages, far exceeding what my friends could earn working in retail, or far exceeding what my friends could earn working in the orchards, where we also did on the weekends, because if you own one, you got to work in it. So to make a long story short, I have nothing but respect for the people that are working hard and diligently to make a difference in this incredible province and in this incredible country that we all call home. I was a little bit taken back, and I'm glad actually that I got the opportunity to speak today, because some of my fellow MLAs in here were a little bit chastising to people that maybe didn't work in the union, or maybe didn't work in labor, that maybe were owners of companies, or maybe managers of companies. But there's exceptions all over in work and in management styles and in ownership styles. And I did take exception to it, and I didn't take exception to the individuals. I took exception to how it was presented. And I hope when those individuals left the House, and the candor and the rigor that takes place in here sometimes, I hope they are able to leave that at home, because I don't think it belongs anywhere. We all have had the opportunity of different lifestyles, and we all come from different sides, and no pun intended, different sides of the tracks, but we've all worked hard, and we've all worked hard for our families or worked hard for businesses. And I think that kind of candor, with all due respect, Madam Chair, shouldn't be in here. But, and I said 99.9999% of the time, we all get along in here. There's some issues that have flared up, and unfortunately, Bill 10 is one of them. And you've heard me speak about the opportunities that unions have provided me. But you know what? They also taught me other things. And one of the things they taught me was the opportunity of how important your vote was to get a union, or to maintain a union in a business, or in a company, or in a situation where you're working for a large organization like Weyerhaeuser, i.e. Northwood Mills. And I just think the government's going about this wrong, Madam Chair. I really do. And again, I mean no disrespect to the government. I mean no disrespect to the minister. I mean no disrespect to anybody who has a different opinion than me on this. But this is not the way to do it. It is not democratic whether, and some of my friends here, I think on both sides of the House, have talked about, whether you ran for school council to get on to be a school counselor, and whether you ran for council like I did, whether you ran for a school board, whether you ran for one of your local organizations where you could get elected to an executive position there, which meant you worked twice as hard, as we all know in volunteer stuff. But it was all done by secret ballot. And that's something that we're so fortunate to have in this country and in this province. We don't need to look any further than the front pages today of newspapers or magazines that we get, or the cell phones where we get the instant news of what's going on in the world. And we can see when democracy is taken away, what happens. And I just hope, and the reasons, my peers have said this, the government has tried to justify it, why they're doing this. But the most important thing about democracy is to be able to vote, to be able to sign something or put an X beside it and to vote without anybody else seeing it. One of my peers talked about where their parents had said to them about voting and said, who do I vote for? Well, no, you make up your own mind. My dad did that. He said, here's where we're going to go. You make up your mind. You go read about it. You go do what's right, what you think is right. Learn. So I just really hope that the government, they've brought this forward before. Our peers in the Green Party, I don't know why, but there seemed to be some sway at time, why it didn't come forward. It's now coming forward again where there's a majority. And I just hope that the government not only listens to us here in opposition, to the Greens in opposition, but I hope they listen to the people that they represent too. The vast, vast majority of citizens of British Columbia that vote. And I hope they take it upon themselves to think this one through. Nobody likes favoritism. And again, Madam Chair, I don't know what this is about, to be honest with you. I hear all kinds of things. I make up my own mind on it. But if it is about favoritism, don't do it. That's old school. That's not the way things and the way the populace today wants this to work anymore. We all get branded. Oh, God. Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. Oh, gosh. You're a politician. I hate to say this, folks, but the last survey I saw, used car salesmen, nothing the matter with them, they're working hard, but they rank higher than what we do in trustworthiness. I wish that wasn't so. So what I really hope is that government will step forward and make a change onto this and go back to a system where a person has a free vote, where a person has an unintimidated vote, whether it's done by their employer, that intimidation, or whether it's done by their peers that want them to sign something, that want them to vote. They have to remember, and they should remember back to what the story of some that have told in here, and what I'm saying is that my parents said, go learn about this, go experience this yourself, you vote, and you see the consequences of signing a piece of paper or putting an X beside something. And what I really think is that the government should step forward this. You've heard my peers talk about what I have listed here about why, the fundamental changes that are taking place and creations of stopping through costing of information, freedom of information. We've heard that my peers have talked about 30 of the last 38 years a free vote has taken place in British Columbia. You've heard my peers talk about where else in this wonderful country of Canada that free votes take place. And they've also heard, and I've heard on numerous occasions, is the secret ballot is something that the majority of British Columbians want. They want that opportunity. They want that opportunity to vote. They want that opportunity to select the people that they want to represent them in whatever capacity it is, but they want that opportunity also to have it close to their chest. It's their own personal business, Madam Speaker, who they're voting for. And it's their own personal business that there shouldn't be any collusion or intimidation. And again, I say this, from either side, from the employer or from representatives that want something to go in a direction that maybe the individual is not quite so sure that that should take place. what I see happening, unfortunately, is that the government wants to scrap this. And I, for the life of me, I don't think so. And we heard from my peer from Vancouver Langara that said there are other ways, other opportunities and other ways that the government through their various bills in this House can make a difference to the direction that they may want to take the province at this point in time. They have that opportunity. But to take away that sanctum, that opportunity of having a democratic vote, Madam Chair, from a party whose second word in their official title, New Democratic Party. That's what they stand for, their name. Let's keep it. Let's keep democracy in place. Let's not do what happens elsewhere in the world today, unfortunately, in so many locales around the world where thou shalt, not being given the opportunity to express their own personal opinion, not being given the opportunity to live how we are so fortunate to live here in British Columbia. Whether you're working for a company, whether you're working for a company that is unionized, whether you're working for yourself, we have these incredible opportunities here. Why? Why does the government want to take this in a different direction, Madam Chair? If there was discussion that had taken place during the lead up to the majority, if there was promises made, sit down, let's talk this through. Let the government talk this through with those individuals and see if we can get it back. Because to be frank, Madam Chair, in my opinion, and many others, this will be a black mark on the government, on those that desire it, and those that are pushing it. And there's still time. There's still time for the government to take a look at what they're proposing here, come back to some form of compromise, some form of reasonability, not just for them, for the entire populace of not only British Columbia, but of Canada. And I just can't help but wonder, Madam Chair, if this is the thin end of the wedge. You know, what else is coming through here? We've seen other things that not only ourselves in opposition, but other individuals, including people that are hired by the province of British Columbia and stamped by us, that work independently of us, independent officers that have raised questions about some of the direction. And I just don't think it's right. And I really, really hope that the government will consider. And you know, one of the other aspects about about this bill is the opportunity for individuals. And I had mentioned the Teamsters and the Retail Wholesale Union. The produce warehouse that I worked at was originally, I came in underneath the Teamsters, and Retail Wholesale came in and raided. Cut to the chase. They raided it, and I was away at university. When I came back from my summer job, not only did I have a substantial raise increase by going to a different union, the company had to pay more, I was also blacklisted with the Teamsters, told that I could never, ever, ever have a job with the Teamsters again because the Teamsters that were present in this organization moved over to a new union, and the Teamsters went, not going to happen, you're not going to work. And I went, well, what do you mean? You mean, so if I wanted to work as a truck driver somewhere under a unionized situation where the Teamsters were, and we were told point blank, you ain't working that way, kid. All right, well, didn't. But there was a raid that took place. Now, did it benefit the people that were working at the produce warehouse? Yes, it did. It made a huge benefit in not only wages, but in also the opportunity for a whole bunch of other benefits. But can I tell you what happened? 4 years later, Madam Chair, the company came back, and it was called ATO, Accumulated Time Off, where all of a sudden these workers got X amount of days for X amount of work off. And there was one man there, a wonderful man, he had been there since the creation, where it used to just be Slades, and then it became Slade and Stewart. And if I remember correctly, he had 21 weeks a year off. The company had, and the owner of the company told us that he had to hire an additional 1 point so many people just to cover the ATO for everybody else working there per employee. And so they went back to the union. And again, this is a small local firm that was unionized. And again, good people, good union, please don't get me wrong. But they went back and said, we have to compromise on this. We can't do this anymore. Well, the union went, no. And the company said, look, we cannot exist this way. The union said, no. And they're probably answering to somebody from somewhere else because, you know, the shop steward was local and everything else. And the long story is that before the end of that summer, it was gone. 19 employees, not counting us summer employees when it's so busy with the tourists and everything coming in and me being a swamper and working on the repack bench back in produce and that, it was gone. And that's where I think a compromise should have taken place. I'm a lot older now and looking back on it. But I also look now at what's transpiring here in this House, is we have the opportunity to work together. And I hear our Premier talking, the Premier of British Columbia, talking about wanting to work together. Well, there is an opportunity right now to get some form of compromise with Bill 10 that can make a difference to those that have asked for it to come forward, whatever shape and size it is, to those that are questioning it. And that's what we as the official opposition are doing right now, is questioning this. But there's still time where we could sit down and preserve what I talked about so much at the start of this, was that vote, that opportunity of a democratic vote, that opportunity to have a vote that to yourself, to not be, I don't want to say the word coerced or pressured into it, because it works both ways. You know, we've heard from the government about some organizations that were not good employers. But we've also heard about some not so good employees, you know, that can be manipulative on both sides, the ownership side and on the employee side. So I think there's a real good opportunity in here. Quote the Premier, we should be working together on a lot of these things. And I think there's an opportunity we could step forward, preserve that right of a vote, and make sure that the people of British Columbia, and especially the people that of the unions that have been mentioned, and their employees, and not that, sorry, track that, the employees that are represented by the unions that my peer from Langara has said, have an opportunity, but have an opportunity of a democratic vote, not maybe a vote that shouldn't be taking place at the time. You know, one of the other things that worries me is that is the opportunity of unions to come in and, I'll retract that, the opportunity of individuals in some unions at the direction of whatever, to come in, Madam Chair, and raid, do what happened to the workers at Slade and Stewart's, the 19 workers plus their families, you know, that went from here to here, but all of a sudden it's non-affordable. And I don't think doing that during the peak of construction season, don't forget, we're still in the north, we're north of the 49th, we get winter here, things do slow down. And during the peak seasons of employment, the peak seasons of building, where a union representatives can come in and try and change individuals' minds about working with another union. And I think that needs to be reconsidered also. There's ample opportunity at all times during the year for them to sit down. You know, I'm probably not letting the cat out of the bag, but a very good friend of mine and a very good friend of our families and a very good friend of the people where I live, strong union shop, very strong union shop, good people work there, great employer, an incredible employer. Sitting with him and, you know, discussing it. My dad died in 93, and, you know, sitting with him, an older gentleman, trying to learn the ways of his wisdom, and you know, our family had a lot of respect for him, and I have a lot of respect, although the gentleman's gone now. But, you know, he told me that the union representatives would come in to discuss the new contract, 3-year contract, and he said, I'm a busy man, but he said, I was always there, along with the people that were picked to be the representatives to the union in my business. And we would sit, and he said I would give him as much time as possible, and then he would say, what's the bottom line? And the union would say, this, this, and this. And he said, fine, I agree to this, this, and this, and I'll give you $2 more an hour. I don't want to see you for 3 years. They signed the papers, and let's go. So there's a gentleman that took it the other way. He had a great working relationship with the union. He had a great working relationship with his employees. He wanted everybody to be happy. He had the capacity to do it, but he was there making a difference. And I can tell you, their work, and again from him, their sick time, their away with leave time, their productivity is through the roof. And that's what happens when you get people wanting to work together instead of this. And I really hope that that kind of stuff goes away. I hope that was the stuff that many of us probably went through in our younger careers and business careers, where there was a lot of confrontation in this province. And it seems to have drifted away from that. And, you know, we've seen that unionization has been decreasing. And some will say it's because of employers doing this, and, you know, and collusion and everything else. I'll say that unions, I think, have made a difference to the way an employer thinks. Just like my friend, how he thought, was our family friend. They've made a difference. They've raised the quality of life. They've raised the quality of earnings on it. They have expectations, but they also have to toe the line because, you know, there's no such a thing as a free lunch, Madam Chair. Everybody's got to contribute, whether you belong to one or not. So I think that, you know, from what happened years ago to what we saw to what's happening now, I think has changed a lot. And I think it's changed for the better. And I think personally, that's probably one of the reasons that there has been a decrease. So for those unions that are looking to say, well, if we do this, this, and this, we can increase our scope on it. Well, maybe look at it a different way. Maybe looking at being a little bit more cooperative, a little bit more consulting, a little bit more working together with that entity, you know, and maybe it's a pipe dream on my behalf, Madam Chair, but there are opportunities where you don't have to start fooling around with people's democratic right. And I hope, and I look at you, Madam Chair, with one eye and my other eye's looking over at the Minister of Labour, and I'm just hoping that the government will make a difference, bring something forward that is working together for all of us, working together looking after the people of British Columbia, working together so those families can have good jobs where their parents are working or their kids are working in situations where they're safe. This Saturday I'm at a Labour event in Penticton, making sure that everybody comes home safe. It's incredibly important. And we all know, coming from municipal government or school boards, that there's nothing more important than making sure that the people that are working in those organizations come home safe to their families. So I would just ask, Madam Chair, through yourself, to the government, that they reconsider what they've proposed here in Bill 10, that they reconsider this not only for those that are asking for this, but for the entity, for all of those that work in British Columbia that are not in those specific unions, that want to maintain and must maintain the opportunity of a democratic process, the opportunity to vote for who they wish without any interference from the company or any interference to those that want to utilize their vote for something that is probably not right. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity today. And I would like to thank everybody that here that has spoke about this. It's an incredibly important issue, not only right now, but for the next long time here in British Columbia. Let's think this one through, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Nechako Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to speak to Bill 10. And, you know, when I want to start and I'm thinking about Bill 10, in particular, the changes here to the labour codes, to the way that we'll be able to organise and do things in this province, I actually want to start recognizing that, the first actual unionized effort.
Excuse me, if you're having a conversation, if you could step outside the chamber, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Heckling I don't mind, but it's tough to talk over other conversations, as the minister well knows, and I'm sure that he will get involved in this conversation as we go on. But I bet you a fact that he doesn't know in terms of this, which is where I wanted to start, is actually the first recorded unionized effort in British Columbia was actually in 1859, 1860, and it was bakers that were organizing way back then. And so I just found that an interesting thought, because we're talking about that, and so it was one of those little things that I didn't know, so I decided I'd look it up, because I was wondering, when did the labour movement start and the unionization start in the province? And obviously it has a very long history in British Columbia, as it does throughout the world. And when I think about our labour codes that we have today, the benefits that we have today with so much, the labour movement was huge in delivering on so much of what we have today through the codes. As a matter of fact, I think, quite frankly, we've been so successful in the labour movement and moving forward labour laws and worker protection and all of these sort of components in the province, we've actually seen a fall off in membership of unionization, of unions in the province. And I would suggest that unions perhaps have been a little too successful in terms of whether people want to be part of a union. And ultimately, Madam Speaker, this bill has a lot to do with just that. The question is, unions have provided such benefits, and they've created such positive environments for labour throughout British Columbia over time, certainly since the first union in 1859. You wonder, why is membership dropping off? Why is it that we have a very low rate, particularly in the private sector? It is very, very low. Because people are free to organize. There was a secret ballot. People could vote to be able to do this, but they're not doing it. And that's a question that I think the minister needs to answer. Why are people choosing not to be part of a union? And it's not because of a card check. It's not because it's difficult. It's a secret ballot. Anybody can go in. Everybody in this legislature, everybody in British Columbia knows what a secret ballot is. You go in, you mark your vote one way or another. Nobody can know which way you vote. And that gets filed, and then it gets accounted. People may have a choice. Choice is a good thing. Choice is a very good thing. So the question is, why are we moving away from a secret ballot when everything else that we do in our society uses that? It's the foundation of democracy. So there's something wrong when you're thinking about the fact that we've got this movement in the province to move away from unionization. And so instead of giving people that free choice, that secret ballot choice, we're moving to a different system that, quite frankly, is open to influence. And I do wonder why that. And, Madam Speaker, in my riding of Nechako Lakes, we have, just like many others, we've got a number of unions and a number of course, lots of contractors, lots of people that aren't part of unions. And when I grew up, I remember one of the first sort of big summer jobs I had was with a small company that was a unionized workforce in Prince George. And because I was a summer employee, I wasn't required to join the union as part of that. But I worked on the floor with union workers, and it was a good environment. I actually enjoyed that job, although filling up tar pits and sweeping and all that kind of stuff, that's the kind of job you do when you're young and you're looking for summer employment. But I thought the guys there, it was good. The work environment was positive. But that was my only real experience in working in a unionized shop. I wasn't a union member myself, but I had worked on the floor with the people that were there. And I thought about that at the time, and I thought, this is interesting. I wonder why more shops are not unionized. And then, so I kind of asked my dad at the time, I said, why aren't we seeing more of that stuff? And he said, well, part of that is, the big union dues, and the question is sort of what is the return for those things? And then he gave the example of, not directly in our family, not our immediate family, but in a related family, of course, that we had a sawmill in Prince George. My related family had a sawmill, Rustad Brothers in Prince George, and it was one of the few sawmills in the province that actually wasn't unionized. It wasn't part of the IWA or the steelworkers, whatever it was at the time. So I asked the question, I said, why? And he said, well, when the unions go on strike and the other mills are down, they keep working at the mill. I thought, well, that's interesting, but why would they do that? And he said, well, because as soon as the deal is struck by the union, the company just gives them the same benefits and they carry on. And so they didn't have to unionize because they got the same benefits, they got everything that was went on there. But I want to recognize, though, that it was the work of the other unions that actually created and drove those changes. But I think, outside of that, like I say, there are certainly the benefits, big benefits that do come from unions. But that was a choice that the company, that was a choice actually that the workers made. They could have unionized. They could have organized, but they decided not to as part of it. And it was their right, and it was their secret ballot opportunity. Well, at the time, I don't even know if secret ballot was in place back then, but it was their choice in terms of being able to do that. And so, like I say, I do wonder what it is that government is trying to do with this. But, if one was to be a little cynical or perhaps speculate around this, you might think that there's obviously something else around doing this. I mean, it's not because of worker safety. It's not because of, improving worker environment, because, we've got these pretty good laws and standards that are in place. So what is it that's behind that? And I want to touch on one other thing that my colleague here just mentioned to me before I get into speculating about just why that may be the case. And that is, for the people who are not in a union, there is the Employment Standards Branch that addresses issues that comes up. And there used to be a 2-month waiting time to get an issue addressed. I mean, that's a long time. That was pretty grievous. Do you know what that is today? I'm told it's 18 months. So what's going on with that? Why is that not working the way it is to be able to help workers? And I see the Minister of Labour shaking his head, but I'm sure in his closing comments he'll be able to get up and counter that information. But it makes me wonder, so what's going on? Why isn't government paying attention to that issue? Why isn't there the resources there to take care of that problem? And then I look at things like the Community Benefits Agreement and why community benefits agreements were put in place. And these are project labor agreements under a fancy name, which is fine. Government has decided to do that. But when you look at the extra cost associated with getting projects done around that, it's certainly not for the benefit of a community. It's certainly not for the benefit of the province or the taxpayers. So who is it to the benefit of? And I talked to one company who had 1,000 employees, and they said, look, here's what happens if I bid on one of those projects. So if I bid on a project that is a CBA, and I've got 1,000 people in my workforce, and I get that project, those 1,000 people no longer are in my workforce, but they become have to join into one of the trade unions. And I'm allowed to get back about 150 of those, or 15% of that workforce. The rest of them will come out of the labor pool to do the work that needs to be done. Well, and you think, okay, well, that can work, in terms of that. But here's the problem. The next time I bid on a project, I don't have a workforce of 1,000 people anymore. I've got a workforce of 150 people. And I'm not guaranteed to be able to get those people. And I'm not guaranteed to be able to get the same people, the people that are productive and that have been working together in terms of it. And so they say, why would I bid on a project to undercut my ability to be able to bid on future work? And so they don't bid on it. And it's unfortunate because, you don't get the competitiveness associated with being able to get good value for projects. Like I say, I haven't got anything against unions because I know what they have done in terms of the benefits. But I do have a problem when we don't have a free and open society. I do have a problem when we don't allow for things like a secret ballot. I got a real problem with that. If you were to think about democracy, remember, there used to be, way back, many centuries ago, people would open up kegs of beer, they'd hand it out, they'd do all kinds of things, right, to try to influence the way people would vote. All of that is now illegal. All of that isn't allowed to be done in our societies today. But guess what? It's now going to be allowed to be done here. You're going to be allowed to wine and dine somebody and convince them that they should be signing the card. And it happens. It's happened in the past. Of course, it's allowed to be done. There's no rules that say you can't do it. They're just getting together as union members. They're getting together to have a conversation about what's right and what's wrong and da-da-da-da-da. And, well, by the way, make sure you sign your card. Heard from the member from Columbia River Revelstoke about when he was working in a union, and a fellow came by and said, "Young man, you know which way you're going to vote on this, right?" So these things happen. And it's something that I think is disturbing in terms of the approach that is being taken here. But that gets me back to the thought about, why is this being done? What is it that is trying to happen here? And I get, unions want to expand their control on the market. They want to get more people in the union. But if you look at it and you think, okay, is that about the workers, or is that about the union? Is that about the revenues that the union's getting, what the union can do in terms of things? And it makes me wonder. And here's just a little question for the minister as well that he might be able to answer. And I don't know if he has the time in his closing comments to be able to answer about it. But I do wonder in terms of the unions and the shape of unions, because so many people have been retiring over time. So many people are coming up on retirement. How do the pension funds look? In terms of the defined benefits pensions, what are those shape? How are those things looking for, particularly the private sector unions that have been losing members and not be staying up as strong, and people are retiring? It's an interesting question. I hope the minister has an opportunity to be able to answer that in his closing comments around this bill. But I do think, when you look at that and you look at what government's doing around this, it really isn't about the workers. When you look at the issues associated with the Employment Standards Branch, when you look at, the wage increases that were given, where it was a higher wage increase for somebody in the union versus somebody that wasn't in the union when it was performing similar dues. When you look at things like community benefits agreements, which, like I say, is just a fancy way of saying a project labor agreement, that's not about the workers. That's about, the friends. It's about the people that have been supporting the NDP for decades, and it's a bit of payback for them. Now, I get, politics is politics. That's what they decide they may want to do. But I quite frankly think that we really should be looking at this bill and looking at it from that perspective of, a free and democratic and open society. It's not healthy in terms of taking these steps. So, Madam Speaker, for the people in Chaco Lakes, for the people around the province, I'd really wonder if this is the way, government should be acting. How they should be undermining, the very core values of democracy, the very core values that political parties like the NDP's party uses, like our party uses. And for what? As a payback to unions that had been supportive? I just, like I say, I do wonder. And, at the end of the day, this government will have to answer to the taxpayer about what they're doing, because they're going to use their majority to push this thing through. They'll use their majority and ignore, the comments that have been made in this House. And that's their right to do. I think it was was it Zernhelt, I think, in the 1990s, when the NDP government saying that, you know, we're government, we can do anything we want to do. Of course, where that ultimately led was the NDP getting wiped down to 2 seats. But that's for the electorate to decide with regards to what they're trying to do associated with this. Another challenge, or another thing that I just want to quickly touch on, and it's particularly up in the north, we've got a very short construction window. You know, when you're thinking about major projects that need to be done, you really start construction in spring and you wrap up most of your construction in the fall. And yes, you've got some things you can do over the course of the winter, but that is the big construction window that happens, you know, certainly in my riding and really throughout much of that. So why is it that the window for allowing for raiding to happen is in the middle of summer, in the middle of that construction season? I don't quite get that, because that could be very disruptive to projects, that can be very disruptive to companies, and quite frankly to the workers in terms of projects. That can cause delays and costs. You can lose a year. You can use a year's construction work just with some of those delays because you miss some of the windows, and the environmental windows, or you know, the windows associated with weather. And so I'm very disappointed when I see things like that, because clearly it doesn't take into consideration those sort of issues that I think there is in up where I come from, and I have the honour to represent in terms of the Chaco Lakes. So, Madam Speaker, like I say, and I've never been one to get too far into labour law and that side of it, but I do believe strongly in democracy. I believe strongly in this place. I believe strongly in the values that have built our society. And I see them being eroded with this bill. I don't see how this is going to improve things for workers. I would much rather see the effort being spent on how we're improving things with the Employment Standards Branch, how we're making sure that workers are being treated fairly through issues like that. I'd much rather see a government that is more open and transparent. I'd much rather see a government that honours and supports competitiveness, that honours and supports taxpayers. Madam Speaker, and one of the first things I did when I was elected in 2005 was I got a poster. And I plaque mounted that poster and I put it up on the wall in my office. And every day when I'm working out of my constituent office, I go into my office, I see that poster. And that poster says, "Think like a taxpayer." Because at the end of the day, it's not government money, it's taxpayers' money. We're responsible for how we spend taxpayers' monies. We're responsible to those taxpayers to make sure that that money is spent well, wisely, efficiently, and that we do our best to not have waste while we try to provide the best services we can for taxpayers. This doesn't meet the test of doing that, as well as the other components that I've talked at. And that's unfortunate, because I think taxpayers, quite frankly, should be treated better than that. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today.
Seeing no further speakers. Oh, no. Beg your pardon. Recognizing the member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to debate Bill 10. I believe many of my colleagues have, actually all of my colleagues have made a strong case in opposition to Bill 10. To summarize, they've mentioned first and foremost to me and then to them, the secret ballot system is a fundamental democratic right. And Bill 10 seeks to remove that fundamental democratic right. They've also identified that under the current secret ballot system today, there are strict guidelines that protect employees from undue coercion or pressure by employers or union organizers. And therefore, again, Bill 10 is not necessary. Also, union organizers will be unrestricted as to where, when, and how often they can approach workers to get signatures on cards, as the member from the Chaco Lakes just articulated a few minutes ago. They'll even be free to collect signatures in social settings and in the presence of other co-workers. My colleagues have identified that the NDP's own 2018 Labor Relations Code Review Panel report recommended keeping the secret ballot, and the NDP ignored that advice and plans to scrap the secret ballot anyway with Bill 10. If you look at the public, a recent poll showed 79% of British Columbians oppose doing away with the secret ballot, and only 9% support card checks. Madam Speaker, Bill 10 ignores this opinion, and I believe a major step backwards for the province. In addition, for the last 30 of the past 38 years, BC has operated under the secret ballot system, and it's the norm in the country, with other provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Nova Scotia, Newfoundland, and in most situations in Ontario, adopting the secret ballot. Under this government, insider labor agreements are already costing taxpayers hundreds of millions of additional dollars in cost overruns on projects like the Patella Bridge replacement and the King Horse Canyon. It's estimated that NDP-friendly labor agreements could add as much as $4.8 billion to the cost of public infrastructure projects. And lastly, one of the big areas that my colleagues have brought to the debate is Bill 10 will also allow for a union rating in the construction industry every summer, which will lead to further delays and cost overruns on important residential, commercial, and public infrastructure projects. The last thing we need in the middle of an affordable housing crisis is for the government policy that raises the cost of housing. A few of us in the Kelowna area are embarking on an affordable housing project. We are trying to harness the philanthropy of our community and help first-time home buyers get into houses. The last thing we need is to have a union raid occurring at the same time that we're trying to provide affordable housing, increase the cost of that housing to first-time home buyers. But with all these negative consequences attached to the implementation of Bill 10, Madam Speaker, and especially the attack on such a fundamental principle as having the right to register our votes in secret without the potential for intimidation or influence, why is the government motivated to proceed? I keep scratching my head. Why is the government attacking the secrecy of a person's ballot, an integral pillar of our democracy, whether we are voting for our elected representatives or to join a union? It makes me wonder when they will stop with their agenda of blatantly partisan legislative change. Will they stop with union drives, Madam Speaker, or electoral boundary legislation, or benefit agreements that don't benefit communities, but benefit a few trade unions? Or will they even change the way we elect the Speaker of the House, Madam Speaker? I wonder if that would have had an impact on the predecessor to the current Speaker. But anyway, I digress. Bill 10 is another piece of regressive legislation meant to please the government's friends at the expense of the general public. And if you look around the world, if you take a little history lesson, in 1856, Australia created the first modern secret ballot system with private polling compartments and uniform ballots provided by the government itself. This system was an international hit, Madam Speaker. Visitors from other countries brought back reports of the, quote, order and quietness, end quote, of the Australian elections and the elimination of voting day riots. In the decades that followed, other nations copied the Australian model. And here we are today. By the early 20th century, secret balloting systems roughly similar to the Australian model were becoming standard for democratic nations. Voting had moved from a community activity in which observers held voters responsible for their choices to a private individual choice made with quiet efficiency. Also, in its article on the secret ballot system, merits, demerits, effects in democracy, done by the sociologicalgroup.com, they say the open ballot system, like that being proposed in Bill 10, encourages vote selling or bribery. This makes the vote biased. Secret ballots lets the voter vote without fear and closes the option of bribery, Madam Speaker. Now, on the public side, right here in British Columbia, in an open letter to the Premier, introduction of Bill 10 and union certification, 23 leading BC organizations on behalf of their collective membership wrote to express their dismay with changes the government has proposed to the certification provisions of the Labor Relations Code. In the letter, they cite a lack of consultation. policy contrary to the minister's mandate letter, contrary to recommendations of the NDP appointed panel on the issue, contrary to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and bad for the economy in a time of great economic risk. So with all this, against the proposal to do away with a free and informed democratic process for employees to decide if they want to form a union, I was still left scratching my head, searching for a deeper understanding of the government's motivation until I heard the member for Langley. The member for Langley had an interesting defense of Bill 10. In his argument, Madam Speaker, he cited the work of Professor Sarah Slinn, S-L-I-N-N for Hansard, an empirical analysis of the effects of the change from card check to mandatory vote certification. And I would like to thank the member of Langley for this insight. Specifically, and I quote from Hansard, he said, "What Professor Slinn found is that in areas that went to a mandatory vote from single-step certification, successful certifications at labor relations boards dropped by over 21%. Conversely, where single-step certification was put into place, successful certifications rose by 21%. Now there you have it. No longer need to scratch my head. There's the motivation. So for all the empty rhetoric by members of the government in defense of this indefensible bill, the motivation is clear for me, as it is simple. Government believes, quote, where single-step certification was put into place, successful certifications rose by 21%, end quote. The NDP are hoping BC will see similar results of roughly a 21% increase in certifications, and one couldn't blame the government members if they believe this would translate to roughly a 21% increase in union members as well for their selected union supporters. And there, Madam Speaker, is where I could finish my remarks on Bill 10. However, the government believes more union members, which they have always believed support the NDP at the ballot box, is enough of a justification to trump our democratic right to vote without someone watching over our shoulder? I think not, Madam Speaker. I totally disagree with this incentive. So even after 13 years in this place, it's been a privilege. My sense of curiosity is still alive. And while so being curious, I requested and read through the entire research paper produced by Professor Slinn and brought to my attention from the member for Langley. I would like to share with the members of this House a few more conclusions offered by the good professor that weren't offered by the member for Langley. She writes, the choice of certification procedure appears to have significant effects on unionization. This study found that the mandatory vote procedure had a significant negative effect on the probability that a given certification application would succeed. All else being equal, an applicant under mandatory vote had an approximately 21% lower likelihood of being certified than an applicant under card check. So there you go, reinforces what the member for Langley had said. The professor goes on to say, furthermore, the characteristics of applicants were significantly different under the two certification regimes, and there were substantial differences in their characteristics of units certified. Foremost among these differences is a distinction between the public and private sectors. Even during the card check period, a larger proportion of both applications and certifications involved employees in the public sector. And this difference increased significantly under mandatory voting. Moreover, the regression results demonstrate that, all else being equal, public sector applicants had a substantial advantage over private sector applicants in terms of the likelihood of certification under mandatory voting. Therefore, the mandatory vote system appears to have disproportionately negative impact on certification in the private sector, and it may accelerate the decline in the proportion of the unionized workforce that is in the private sector. Now, if you're not following this language, bear with me, I will summarize in just a minute. A second key difference between certification experiences under the two regimes, she goes on to write in her report, was in the bargaining unit size. there was a large and statistically significant increase in the size of units applied for under mandatory voting and in the size of units for which certification was granted. This shift toward larger units may be a matter of concern both to policymakers and unions. Since most job growth in the private sector is in smaller workplaces, this is where potential union members are. If unions are focused their efforts on larger, possibly more cost-effective units, this will limit access to collective bargaining for workers in smaller units. Similarly, there was a drastically reduced level of organizing activity for units of part-time workers under the mandatory vote procedure, both in the number of applications and the number of certifications. And she ends and says, as anticipated, voter turnout was higher under the mandatory vote procedure than it had been under card check, and in general, higher turnout was associated with a reduced probability of certification success. An unexpected but interesting result was that in each period, a distinct trend in the rate of success was discernible. During the card check period, there was a consistent, significant, and sustained decline in probability of certification. Conversely, there was a steady increase in the probability of certification over the course of a mandatory vote period. Whether there is a card-based or a vote-based procedure affects not only the probability of certification, but also the types of employees for whom union representation is sought, and the types of employees for whom it is likely to be obtained. Changing the procedure can therefore produce substantial changes in the makeup of a unionized workforce. So there you go, Madam Speaker. In a nutshell, as I see it, the NDP motivation is a hope that by changing the certification process from the free and democratic secret ballot to a simple card check, they will be making it easier for their union organizer friends to certify more small and large private sector organizations and gain more part and full-time union, potentially NDP-leaning members. The irony is by making this change, they may get more certifications, but because of the greater costs involved in recruiting from smaller private sector organizations over larger public sector employee cohorts, they may actually end up with fewer net new members. I guess only time will tell. Luckily, in 2 years, we may have a new government in place which can swing the pendulum back to the center and restore a worker's free and democratic right to a secret ballot. As I said, only time will tell. It is my hope that this policy won't have the benefit of time and it will be canceled as soon as possible. I will not be supporting this undemocratic Bill 10. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Recognizing the member from Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take my place today to speak in opposition to Bill 10 for a number of reasons, which I'm sure have been outlined in great detail by my colleagues, but I will do so myself. The idea of Bill 10 and scrapping the right to a secret ballot is something I know that's been discussed under previous NDP administrations and was likely, I've heard, a catalyst to friction with the minority government in the past administration. But we are looking at stripping British Columbians away with a fundamental right to have a secret ballot. And it's shocking to me. The only time in my career, but life, when we do things that aren't in a secret ballot is on Friday nights when my family and I decide what we're going to have for dinner and takeout. And we sit around the table and we have that conversation and open, and it sometimes leads to challenges and sometimes tears, but we get there. But when we are talking about the fundamental to vote, and to do that without a secret ballot, I think is a dramatic shift from democracy. I think it's a very, very dangerous shift, and I think the warning signs have been there. We've heard the warning signs from various people in the province. We've heard the warning signs from supporters of the NDP. We heard the warning signs in 2018. The government's own expert panel recommended not scrapping the secret ballot. In the 2018 Labor Relations Code Review Panel report, and I quote, "The secret ballot vote be retained providing there are sufficient measures to ensure the exercise employee choice is fully protected and fully remediated in the event of unlawful interference," end quote. It was 2018. And here we are today. This government is about to ram through Bill 10 and strip workers of that protection. Madam Speaker, I find it quite disturbing that in this day and age that we would even contemplate such a move. And who does this ultimately benefit? Does it benefit to serve the workers? I don't think so. Does it benefit to serve this government in terms of their supporters, their donors, their funders, their organizers? I think there's clear evidence that that likely may be the case. Economically, I'll lay out that that does not make a lot of sense. I think from a standpoint where we are looking at a majority government that has threatened to do this and now is on the brink of doing it, I think we are saddened by the fact that this is an issue that is going to affect every riding in this province. And if you looked at a sector and you look at the construction sector, a sector where costs are rising, materials are rising every month, every single material costs more. And there's no line of sight on when that's going to change. In fact, we're seeing that that's likely not going to change. We have worker shortages. So labor goes up. And for a lot of these smaller, independent contractors, this can be very troubling. And we know those contractors. We know those contractors that have done renovations in our home, that have upgraded restaurants, and that have built out community centers. And we know them that they have come in and they have done fabulous work. But a lot of them that I hear from, they're on the brink. They're trying to meet payroll. They're trying to keep up with the unaffordability that we currently see in this province. And how is that going to help them? How is Bill 10 going to help them? It is not. And I don't know, there's at some point governments change and leaders change, and we've all seen that on either side of the house, and there's no secret. And we will continue to have leadership elections, things like that. My suggestion to the NDP is that if they are that proud of this legislation, if they are that proud of the fact that they are going to strip British Columbians to have the confidence in going in there and casting a ballot and doing that in privacy and in secret, if they're going to take that away, well then, if they ever find themselves in a leadership race, why not do it then? Can you imagine a leadership race where there was no secret ballot? Where you go in there and you go and you vote for the new leader of whatever party, maybe it's the NDP, and your name is attached to the person that you are supporting for leader. Now, some people are very open about who they support for leader, but a lot of members would choose to do that and make that choice independently of having to go out and then publicly defend why they did or did not support a certain individual. So I challenge the NDP, if this is the way they want to go down, if they're expecting workers in British Columbia to take this burden on, why don't they ask their own membership to do the same? If there is ever going to be an NDP leadership race, why don't they do it then? No secret ballot. If you're going to support candidate X, put your name beside it and we'll put it online, or we'll share it with that riding. So every member of that riding will know who you supported in a leadership race. That's kind of where we're going with Bill 10. When you're going to strip away that democracy from British Columbians that are working every day to put food on their table. They're already stressed about how they're making that mortgage payment, about how they're making their rent, how they're paying their daycare costs, how they're paying for their counseling services, and how they're getting groceries that week. Do you think that they need the anxiety of how they are going to, because when they vote, it's not something that they are doing in privacy. It's actually going to be something that they are going to have to defend to their colleagues, to their employer, to union bosses, to the NDP. I think that's absolutely shameful. I think it's embarrassing. I think when you look at the lack of consultation that this government did on Bill 10, I think it shows the fact that they know that this is something that's not supported. They know that this is something that they cannot stand and be proud of. And that's the challenge that we have, is that we've continued to see legislation introduced in this House. Some of it is good. We'll hopefully get to committee stage on Bill 23, and that looks like a good piece of legislation that we can unite and support. And we'll go through committee and we'll get clarification on that. But on Bill 10, and we've seen previous bills, and whether it's fees related to FOI and things like that, I almost get the sense that there's a bit of embarrassment. And I understand that embarrassment. I would be embarrassed too if I was putting that legislation forward and then I had to get up and I'm giving a speech and said, okay, you got to read these following things, make sure you get them in and everything like that. And if you can give us 15 minutes, that would be great. I would be embarrassed if that was my job. Because you have to go and you have to defend it. You have to defend it to your constituents and say, we don't believe that the media should have access or citizens should have access to their own information. We're going to charge for that. Right? But we don't believe that members of a union should be able to vote in secret. We're going to expose them on that. And I think that is, I think there's something fundamentally wrong with that. I think it's a lack of accountability, it's a lack of transparency, but it's also, the fact is that we are now looking at a government that will do anything to appease the people that put them there. And those people aren't average British Columbians that are struggling to make their ends meet or provide for their family, because if they were, we wouldn't be talking about Bill 10. We would be talking about how this government finally fulfilled a promise and did a $400 renter's rebate. Who's calling for this bill? Besides the Labour Minister and Cabinet and the Premier. Who is saying that if this does not happen, that there are dire consequences? I haven't heard that argument. I don't suspect I will. For 30 of the last 38 years, we've had a secret ballot. I haven't had one constituent ever come into my office and advocate for something different. Not one email, not one phone call, until this bill was introduced. And nobody's advocated it when the bill was introduced. They've said, please help me understand why they would attempt to do something like this. And I can't. It's simple. It's politics. And there's a line that in politics, loyalty is sometimes your only currency. There's a bit of truth in that in what we're seeing in Bill 10. And this is using a majority government to do something that British Columbians will be very, very, very exposed on. And I think that is fundamentally wrong. When we are looking at what British Columbians are getting, look at when we've talked about the CBAs. So we're looking at $4.8 billion additional cost to public infrastructure projects. $4.8 billion additional cost to public infrastructure projects. Isn't that good enough for you guys in the unions? Like, do we have to keep going? Like, so we'll do Bill 10, and then what's next? So, Madam Speaker, I will not be supporting Bill 10, and I will take my place in that. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Recognizing the member from Abbotsford West.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, we're at that stage in the debate, I think, where you start to ask yourself, what do I have to add? We have heard a great deal, admittedly considerably more from the opposition side of the House than from the government side, challenging the merits of the legislation before us. And what was it that Elizabeth Taylor's fifth husband said on their wedding night? I know what's expected of me, I'm just not sure how interesting I can make it. But let me try to add my take on the merits of Bill 10. And as I have listened to the discussion that's taken place in the House, and I will say again, considerably more from the opposition side than from the government side, but to be fair, a few members of the government did deign to involve themselves. And in both cases, I heard a lot about personal experiences. I heard a lot about how people have become acquainted with the exercise of collective bargaining rights, organizations, collective bargaining organizations, unions, and some have been, for some it has been their vocation. They have spent a lot of time being involved, and it has been the way that they have for a large part of their life made a living. In other cases, it has been as members of union organizations. In some cases, it has been, as we have heard, from employers who have been engaged with unions, collective bargaining organizations for the purpose of negotiating contracts. And everyone's experience is a little bit different. And I think, to be fair, it does influence to a degree one's view of the world. But at the end of sort of relating my experience, I'm going to make an observation that may surprise you, Madam Speaker, and the House. My dad, when he emigrated from Holland after the Second World War, came as part of a plan, an arrangement between the two countries. He had grown up on a farm, and the deal was you could come to Canada, but you had to work on in his case, a dairy farm for a couple of years, and he was qualified to do that as a young man because he had grown up on a dairy farm. And he did that. He came by boat to Halifax and came across on the train, got off on mission, and then worked for 2 years on a farm in Silverdale. And today he, sadly, in his 94th year, stricken with pretty advanced dementia, but he's in a very nice home attached to the Mission Hospital. And he kind of overlooks that same Silverdale area and our property. But I say that parenthetically. He actually didn't want to be a dairy farmer for the rest of his life, although he bought a farm. I think that was some kind of penalty he sought to impose on his children to ensure that they would experience the same love of the land that characterized his early years. He wanted to become educated in a different area, and in his case, the electrical trade. And he went to what was then, I think, Vancouver Vocational Institute, and he became an electrician, a certified electrician, and ultimately an industrial level electrician, and operated his own, formed his own business. Now, it was a small business. It was, from time to time, he would hire one or two others. He was very good about trying to bring people into the apprenticeship program, but I don't want to suggest that he had a very large business. It was mostly him doing the work and my mother doing the books when we weren't working, when both of them weren't helping the kids work on the farm. He acquired, over the course of his work, I will have to say, a fairly negative attitude towards the union movement. And I think it was rooted in the fact that he, as an individual contractor, frequently encountered pushback at job sites and industrial sites where the workers were certified. And though he generally had a very good relationship with the workers themselves, institutionally there was a tension there when a non-union worker would arrive, and he provided a specialized service. And so there was a tension there, and my dad was could be a fairly passionate man about his trade, and so at times he would come home and we would hear at the dinner table his expressions of frustration about the nature of that relationship between the unionized and, in his case, non-unionized workforce. And I have to say, I have to acknowledge that for a while, I think that probably did exercise an influence on me as a young man, and I frequently would work with him on some of these job sites and passing tools and holding flashlights and running wires and all the things that one does in that trade. I was lucky, though. My parents, they were very supportive, and they sent me off to university, and I did my undergraduate degree, which was in history. And it's there that I began to learn about the fundamental importance of the development of the labor movement. When I was starting to go to university at the very early days of the 1980s, labor history was beginning, had just begun to be. History to that point, historiography had tended to concentrate on political histories, who was the prime minister and how did they acquire, and things like labor history, women's history, even Aboriginal history were still in the advent in those days. But I was fortunate. I began to learn about the importance and the contribution made by labor organizers and the significant importance associated with that work dating back to the Industrial Revolution in the UK, how the roots of the labor movement and societal awareness around labor law emerged out of literature. Authors like Dickens pointing to some of the fundamental injustices and inequities that were taking place in industrialized England, and out of that, and was transported to Canada and North America, an increased awareness and some heroes, quite frankly, that emerged out of the labor movement that happily today we we honor for the work that they did, sometimes in the face of great opposition to evolve laws and to import notions of equity and fairness and reasonableness into labor laws. Here in Canada, and here in the West in particular, much of that manifested itself in the resource sector. Here on the island, North Island, Madam Chair, that you're very familiar with, things like the coal industry, where the labor movement played a crucial role in areas of worker safety and workers' rights and reasonable work schedules and those things that we perhaps today take for granted, but were not so much the case even a century ago. And in the fish packing sector, similarly, up and down the coast, and in Prince Rupert, in the forest sector, a long and storied history that both on the harvesting side, but on the coast, but in particular on the manufacturing side, where proud labor organizations like the IWA, and I have to say, before the IWA became the steel workers or merged with the steel workers, in the time that I spent on that side of the house for 4 years as forest minister, I had a chance to work with the IWA and people like Dave Haggart and Darrell Wong, who were very much committed to the well-being of their members and ensuring that the rights and interests of their workers and their members were protected. All to say that the evolution and the importance associated with the right of workers to organize and come together collectively is in no way is not in doubt, and I don't think has been challenged. Not in any of the speeches that I have heard. At a certain point, and I have heard, again, the few members on the government side that have participated in the debate have pointed with and attached a measure of importance to something that took place relatively recently, in the last decade and a half. And that was a decision of the Supreme Court of Canada to formally recognize as part of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, under the provisions of the Charter dealing with freedom of association, and to recognize as a constitutional right the right to organize collectively for people, for workers, employees to come together and organize themselves collectively. So in addition to the historical and practical importance that we should attach to the work of the labor movement and the evolution of labor law in this country, is now the fact that there is constitutional recognition. And I think a further sign of just how important our society and our country view those rights. And none of that is an issue. And none of that, quite frankly, despite much of what we have heard from the members of the government side that have spoken, is what Bill 10 purports to deal with. Because it's not the what. The what in this case is the right for workers to come together if they so choose and collectivize, to form a trade union or join a trade union for the purpose of advancing their contractual rights and protecting their interests under the contract vis-a-vis their employer. That's the what. But that's not what Bill 10 is about. And I don't think there's any disagreement in this House about the importance of ensuring that that is maintained, protected, and even celebrated. Bill 10 is about the how. How do people do that? How do they make the decision to exercise what is now a constitutional right and what has always been a fundamentally important right, Madam Speaker? And if this House is correct, and I have heard this from both sides, if we are correct in pointing to the importance of the constitutional recognition for the right to organize, for workers to organize collectively, then surely it follows that there is equal importance to be attached to how they do that. And the same importance and the same constitutional principles that give rise to the protection of the right to form oneself into a union, a collective bargaining unit, should apply to how that is done. And that, I would suggest, is where the division, the fundamental division, exists between the members of the NDP government and the opposition. Because and I think we believe that precisely because this is such a fundamental right, there should be some fundamental protections for how that right is exercised. And I believe, perhaps unwittingly, the government, by virtue of Bill 10, is diminishing the significance of that constitutional right by suggesting that there is a lesser process that can give rise to the exercise of that right. Because surely we would agree that the ultimate expression of our democratic rights and democratic freedoms is the ability to exercise a vote, and to do so without disclosing the nature of the choice we make. And therein lies the fundamental point of departure, because what I hear and what we have heard members of the government say is, notwithstanding the fact that this is a fundamentally important constitutional right, well, it can be exercised in a far less structured way, and in a manner that far less guarantees what most reasonable thinking people would say is in accordance with fundamental principles of democracy, and that is the secret ballot. Because the choice is such an important one. This choice about whether to organize collectively is in and of itself important. You know, the workplaces have changed dramatically for much of the time labor law was evolving. Large workplaces, the manufacturing facilities employing upwards of 1,000 plus people. We don't see those kinds of workplaces anymore. They tend to be smaller. That is the product, I suspect, of technology and productivity. And it makes, I think, the skills that the workers bring to bear that much more valuable. But the shape those workplaces take are different. And And I don't know if that's partly why we have seen unionized membership in the private sector decline at the rate we have, especially vis-a-vis the public sector. And I do wonder to what extent that phenomenon is part and parcel of the calculation that the government has made in introducing this measure that is widely unpopular, whether they want to admit it or not, but widely unpopular and difficult for people to understand. But there is the question of whether or not a worker wishes, in the case of an original certification process, to assign their rights to a collective organization, because it doesn't happen for free. For some collective bargaining units, I think, Madam Speaker, the union dues are upwards of $3,000 or $4,000 a year, depending on your income. That is a significant investment, and for many, it is viewed as a worthwhile investment. But it's a choice, and it's a personal choice. And perhaps that's the essence of the frustration that we in the opposition and many others outside of this chamber are feeling. It is a personal choice. It's a personal choice about whether to come together and collectivize and assign rights that you have as an employee to a larger organization. But it is originally a personal choice. And under what circumstances should we be entitled to exercise that personal choice? We would say anonymously or free from having to disclose the nature of the choice. The government says otherwise by virtue of Bill 10 and says no, that very personal choice is one that we believe you should make publicly for all to see. And we have a problem with that. We think that diminishes. We think that diminishes the right of the individual, and we think that actually diminishes the significance of the constitutional protection for collective bargaining rights that now exists in this country. Labor movement's a competitive place. There are people better equipped than I in this House that know the reality behind that. And the notion that one organization can come to another workplace and entice members of one collective bargaining, one union, to leave that organization and join another. I don't think anyone argues that workers having the original and personal choice about whether to collectivize shouldn't maintain a choice about who should represent them. And there's a lot that goes into that decision. I mean, it starts with the amount of dues, but what is the quality of the representation? What is the performance of the bargaining representatives of a particular union at the negotiating table? What's their track record in terms of the benefits they've secured during contract talks? What's their track record in terms of defending the rights of workers in grievance proceedings? I haven't talked a lot about that. Because this is not just a role, an important role at contract time. Every day, there is a role to play in terms of defending the rights of workers vis-a-vis that contract and other labor law requirements. But what is the record of a particular union in that regard. And that is an assessment that an individual needs to make when confronted by a choice about whether or not to stay with the union they're with, or to move to another bargaining organization. And we have seen that. We have seen some very, very bitter battles, Madam Chair, in the last number of years. Nurses in the HEU. That was, if I recall correctly, in one instance, a pretty divisive battle. But the choice was made on the strength of votes being cast privately in a secret ballot. And the result was what it was. Post Bill 10, the comfort that those people will have to make that choice and to do so anonymously, secretly, will no longer exist. We don't think that's right. We think, Madam Chair, that is problematic. So I've listened carefully over the course of the days of debate, and as many of my colleagues in the opposition have asked, perhaps rhetorically, what is the rationale for this change? What is the imperative? Of all the things we are confronted by in this pandemic-laden society, with a second health crisis relating to opioid overdose deaths that are reaching staggering numbers and imposing misery on family after family. What is it? And what arguments have the government members, the few that have spoken, brought to bear to make a persuasive case for why this change to what we would all characterize reasonably as a fundamental right is justified? And I haven't heard the argument, Madam Speaker. And at some point, the House is going to divide, and we're going to have a vote. And I expect at the end of that vote, we will hear applause from the government members. I'm not sure what they'll be applauding. It may well be the first time a government applauds the elimination of a fundamental democratic right, like the right to exercise a choice in a secret ballot. But that's what's going to happen at some point at the conclusion of this debate. And I predict that along with several other measures that we have seen over the course of the last few months from this government, that the arrogance that has given rise to the introduction of this legislation, the arrogance that will characterize the applause that we will hear when the final vote is taken, is ultimately going to mark the demise of this government. Because people will see this for what it is, and that is an unreasonable and unnecessary alteration and elimination to some fundamental rights that have served our society and served workers and organized labor well over the last number of years. The government has not made a persuasive case for why this bill should be supported. Madam Speaker, quite frankly, I don't think they've tried very hard. I think they have concluded that this is one of those matters that as a few of my colleagues have said, requires them to hold their nose, to pay a political debt, and push or ram through this chamber on the strength of the majority that they command. That may be sufficient tactically for the purpose of moving the bill through the stages of debate. It is hardly sufficient, in my view, morally, for the change that Bill 10 represents. A change that is summarized in but 2 pages of legislation. Labor Code is hundreds of pages, Madam Speaker. A reminder and a lesson to us all that it takes but 1 or 2 pages of printed text and a majority in this chamber to fundamentally alter laws that are and rights that most of us would take for granted. I think it's wrong. I think it's misguided. I think our society will be ill-served, and I am opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to say I'm happy to be speaking to Bill 10. I wish we didn't have to be speaking to Bill 10. I feel we've been here before, and I don't understand why we're back here again. First, I would like to thank labor unions for their contributions to Canadian society. I've worked in unionized environments. I've had a good relationship with CUPE staff. I believe we have to respect the union process, respect collective agreements. Any worker who feels that they want to be part of a union, employers should not get in the way, and we have to respect that. But we also have to respect those workers who determine they don't want to be part of a union. And there are many workers in British Columbia who have chosen not to be part of a union, and that's their right as well. But I see this government as working not for the people of British Columbia, but working for a select group of unions in British Columbia. So I'd like to tell you a little story about why I chose to run to become an MLA. And so I was working for a nonprofit organization doing fabulous work across British Columbia. These are social workers, they're youth support workers, amazing, amazing group of people who, do this work because they love the work. What happened, which, got me quite upset, is this government, in looking at how they were contracting with these nonprofit organizations who were delivering services, decided that even though these contracts were identical, these social workers were providing the exact same programs, that those organizations with unions should be paid more than those who were not unionized for doing the exact same work. So this is something that the nonprofits looked at each other, those who were not unionized, and they said, well, we've never been unionized. Some of them were 90 years old. Sometimes people come to organizations to work there because they're not unionized. And so they viewed this, and I certainly viewed this, something called low-wage redress, as coercion from government to unionize. So I've heard members on the other side of the House talk about the need for this legislation and the need to remove the secret ballot is because there was coercion from employers that would keep employees from feeling that they could vote to certify. But I have seen the exact opposite with this government. They have created a discriminatory funding mechanism for nonprofit organizations, which has opened the door for intimidation of those employees who do not want to unionize by BCGU, by CUPE, by other unions in British Columbia, who sent letters to these non-unionized employers that said, in a very threatening way, we're going to give you the opportunity to voluntarily certify. And if you don't voluntarily certify, we are going to launch an aggressive certification campaign with your employees. Now, if that is not coercion between government and unions to force people to unionize, I don't know what is. So we went back to government. We asked and explained the concerns and the challenges that this was going to have, and it went nowhere. Government's response to us, oh, why don't you just unionize? I know that the member for North Vancouver Lonsdale said to an executive director of a large nonprofit on the North Shore who was not unionized, when that executive director came and said, this is going to be a problem for us. We're going to have to lay people off. We're not going to be able to deal with this. The answer was, well, why don't you just unionize? But these people, they didn't want to be unionized. And so what's happening?
The member from West Vancouver, Capilano, has the floor.
I will, not sure where to go from there now.
Order, please.
This organization is now left in a position where they have got counselors, paraprofessionals, who are earning $12 an hour less than the paraprofessionals under these government contracts, where they should be paid the same under these contracts for doing the identical work. So I take offense to the idea that we need to have a secret ballot, or lose the secret ballot, so that people are not intimidated or they're not coerced into joining a union. In fact, right now, this low-wage redress, what has happened is you've got a group of nonprofit employers, and not just nonprofit employers, individual employees, individual workers. These are the people who are being told that they need to unionize. They have gone to the Labour Relations Board and taken government to the Labour Relations Board to say, this is not fair. This is absolutely not fair. These employees are doing the identical work under identical contracts for this government. And it was simply a way to manipulate the system to force these poor non-profit employers to unionize. So the threat of, if you don't voluntarily certify, we're going to launch these aggressive campaigns. Well, why should these employers be forced to make a decision on behalf of their employees to force them to unionize? So I want to go back to the beginning here and just say, I respect unions. I have worked with them. My grandfather was a union activist. In the glassblowers union in Scotland, my grandfather, when they moved here, was a union activist. I respect the work they do. I understand that there are workplaces where unionization is important, is extremely important. I believe in the collective bargaining process. I believe in the spirit of labor relations. So this is not me standing up here saying unions are bad. What I'm saying is people need to have choice. If there are concerns that government has about the way that employees are being treated, if there's safety issues, if there's other issues, well, that's what we need to deal with. We've already got organizations in British Columbia that look out for the safety of employees and employment standards that look out for the treatment of employees. Do we need to beef some of those things up so that we've got additional protections? Maybe so. But I'll tell you, some of these employers and these nonprofits, the irony of what's going to happen here is that they're going to, if they unionize, they would have to red circle some salaries because they were already being paid more in some of the positions than they would be under the contract. They would have to reduce their benefits because they already had good benefits. They would have to reduce the number of sick days that they were being paid for. They already had pensions. It removes flexibility. And, Madam Chair, it increased the cost of operations to these nonprofits significantly. And I'm not talking about wages, I'm talking about the mechanisms that you need for labor relations in these organizations, that they are then going to be fundraising not to pay for the delivery of direct services in the social services sector, but they're going to be fundraising in order to pay for these additional labor relations staff and the processes and the lack of flexibility in some of the programming. So, you know, where I started here was why was I upset and why did I decide to run as an MLA? Well, I tried to talk to government. There was no listening there. There was a round table that was put together that was to help these nonprofits who were non-unionized to try and get some wage equity, but that didn't amount to actual wage equity. There was a, what was it called now? Was it a retention and recruitment amount of money that was provided to them that was a small fraction of what government was paying on these other contracts. So there were two Andrews that were working in this house at that point. So I went and talked to the first Andrew, and he said, well, I don't support them getting rid of the secret ballot, and I think it's appalling how they have dealt with this wage differential through this low wage redress. And I went to the other Andrew and I said the same thing, and he said, this is completely wrong, it's completely unfair. By the way, where do you live, and would you like to run as an MLA? And I said, well, if that's the only way that we can be heard and talk about these things, then absolutely yes. So this is related to the issue that we're having today, because the irony to me here is that this government works for unions and not for workers in the province of British Columbia, and I have seen that firsthand. So for 30 of the last 38 years, the secret ballot has existed in this province and has helped to protect the privacy, the independence and democratic right of every worker to vote either for or against union representation without coercion, intimidation, or harassment. What are we trying to fix? What is it that we are trying to fix? I don't understand this. The secret ballot is the norm in most provinces and territories in Canada. It's strongly favored by the majority of BC workers. There was just a survey. We saw overwhelmingly the majority of workers in British Columbia want the secret ballot. And why is it that this government doesn't listen to recommendations from committees of professionals who have come together to, to really dig down and to look at what's in the best policy interest of British Columbians? So recommendations of the 2018 Labour Relations Code Review Panel, it cited the secret ballot vote be retained providing there are sufficient measures to ensure the exercise of employee choice is fully protected and fully remediated in the event of unlawful interference, end quote. What is the problem that we're trying to resolve with this? If you've got the Labour Relations Code Review Panel saying, don't make this change, then why are we making this change? I haven't heard anyone on the other side of the House give compelling reason why this is necessary. And it takes away a fundamental democratic right that we have to secret ballots. It takes away a fundamental right that we have for secret ballots. And it's really alarming that this government thinks that's okay. It's okay if it works for them. It doesn't matter if it doesn't work for other people. So the changes outlined in this bill are going to open workers up to pressure campaigns where they could be coerced or pressured into joining unions against their will, which is exactly the reaction that many of us had when we received a letter that said, we are going to launch an aggressive certification campaign in your organization. And the next sentence should have been, even though people in your organization have not expressed any interest in being part of a union. Even though employees like working here. It's an employer of choice, but that doesn't matter. Unions are not that much different than business organizations. Certification in organizations that do not have employees actively asking for this is business development. That's what's happening. It's just business development. We want to sell more. It's not any different than growing an organization, any other kind of organization. So the Premier himself made it no secret he intended to scrap the secret ballot for union certification and transition to card checks as soon as he had the opportunity to do so. But back in 19, when he tried to push through Labour Code amendments that would have taken away the secret ballot, he could not garner the support of this House. But now that there is not the need to discuss and debate and get collective agreement on things, now is the time that this is being pushed through. As of 2021, the current rate of unionization among workers in BC sits at around 30%, while an overwhelming number, 85% of construction workers, don't belong to a government or NDP-aligned trades union. But now that this government is in a majority position, they're in a position to pay off their political backers and insiders, and that's what this is coming down to. That's what this is. This government is working for unions, and it's not working for workers in British Columbia. And it's not enough that there's going to be an elimination of the secret ballot, but Clause 1 in this legislation allows union rating to take place in the construction industry between the months of July and August every year, which is the busiest time you can probably have in the construction sector. It's every year as opposed to every 3 years. What is the compelling, what is the problem that is trying to be fixed here? What is the compelling reason for this change? I'd like somebody on the other side of the House to stand up and say, why is that a really good idea? And I haven't heard that. And it's no coincidence that this practice will now be allowed to take place during the busiest construction time of the year. And this is a government who wants to reduce the cost of housing. And so they're going to do that by dragging out the length of time it takes to construct housing and to construct infrastructure projects. How is this helping anything? It's not solving a problem, it's adding more problems. Again, it goes directly against the recommendations of this government's own 2018 expert panel. And while government claims that this is simply to appease workers who may be unhappy with their current union, this union rating clause will undoubtedly serve as another tool for this government and their labor insiders to pressure more workers, and it will create chaos. It will create complete chaos. This move threatens to create instability and disruption, and will actually add, due to these delays, are going to be adding additional costs. So we've already seen negative impacts that result from this kind of action. This government has delivered only a small fraction of their promised 114,000 housing units. The community benefits agreement, so that's the second piece the combination of the low-wage redress and the CBAs is why I'm standing here speaking to you today. The CBAs handpick favored insider unions, and it's absolutely driving up the costs already of infrastructure projects in BC by hundreds of millions of dollars and reducing their scope. It's estimated that CBAs could add as much as $4.8 billion more of taxpayer dollars to the cost of public infrastructure projects. The CBA's requirement to have employees join only the Premier's handpicked unions for major construction projects is all part of the NDP's plan to increase the unionization of the construction sector. It's really difficult to speak to this. I mean, I obviously, this is not legislation that I can support. I appreciate the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to share my frustration and to give some context into my experience and how this seems to be backwards in terms of who is potentially coercing who and where is the intimidation. I don't understand why this government has brought this forward. Well, I do understand why this government, Madam Speaker, has brought this forward, but I'm very disappointed that they have brought it forward. So I would like to thank you for the time, Madam Speaker, and have a seat.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the Minister of State for Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, I rise to reserve my right to raise a matter of personal privilege regarding comments made by the member for West Vancouver Capilano. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seek leave to make an introduction.
Is leave granted?
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. In the gallery today, we have a very special guest. We have Kathy Peters. Kathy Peters raises awareness about the issue of human and sex trafficking. sexual exploitation and child sexual trafficking, which is for the purpose of prostitution. She speaks and presents to politicians, police, and the public. She's been at it for 45 years, and she's a super strong advocate for what she stands for and for what a lot of people stand for. I'd like to welcome her, and I think it's very appropriate today, being on the day of Red Dress Day and the recognition of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So would the House please welcome Kathy Peters.
Welcome. Recognizing the member for Kamloops South Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate taking my place here in second reading on Bill 10, the Labour Relations Code Amendment Act 2022. And like I think virtually every speaker on both sides of the House that has weighed in on this debate to this point, I too will start off by acknowledging the place that unions have played in my family, and the importance that I think the union movement has represented for our province and our country, and most importantly for workers. I grew up in a household of railroaders and firefighters, and so the Locomotive Engineers Union and the Firefighters Union were very prevalent in my house growing up, and so I was exposed to unions and the work that unions do and the importance that unions place in our society and in workplaces in particular at a young age and through my upbringing. I have tremendous respect for the role that unions play. I have tremendous respect for the collective bargaining process. I have tremendous respect for the rights that and the gains that have been achieved for workers on behalf of or by unions on behalf of workers. I also have a tremendous respect for the right of workers to choose for themselves whether they wish to associate or not, affiliate or not, join or not a union. I think that's a fundamental right that British Columbian workers have. And it is a right, a democratic right, that I believe is being seriously eroded in this legislation, which largely deals with two key areas that I will touch on in my remarks, and that is the removal of the current secret ballot provisions for certifying, for a certification to take place in a workplace, and secondly, the provisions relating to union rating and work sites, also equally problematic in my view. I will say as well that I have listened carefully to a number of the presentations made by members of the government. I have not found the case that they have made to be convincing. I have not found the case that they have made to really drive home what that overriding rationale is for taking away a worker's right to a secret ballot. I have heard many members in government talk about safety, and there seems to be, with at least some of the members in government that have spoke to Bill 10, there seems to be some confusion as to what Bill 10 actually really is all about. We've heard many members talk about how important it is to enhance safety practices and focus on workplace standards and so forth. That is not what Bill 10 addresses. That is not what is in Bill 10. And I would add that all members of the House, of all three parties, I think, support safe workplaces. Everyone wants workers to work in workplaces that place first and foremost at the center of the workplace the safety of the people who work there. But that is not at all what this bill addresses. So that was, I think, some confusion. Well, the really generous way to view those comments would be to say there was some confusion. I think they may have perhaps in some cases been scrambling to try to come up with some rationale, albeit completely misaligned with the actual contents of the bill, but some rationalization around why they would be supporting a piece of legislation which really is all about stripping away the democratic rights of workers in the workplace here in BC. And that's the important point here, Madam Speaker. Bill 10 strips workers of their right to a secret ballot to determine union representation. If 55% of union cards are signed, there's an automatic certification that takes place. The present rules provide for a 55% requirement to sign a union card, and if that happens, then it kicks it to a secret ballot, where that decision can be confirmed by the workers, free of any coercion or any pressure in the confines of a ballot booth with just them and a pencil and a piece of paper where they say yes or no to a certification. And no one knows but themselves how they end up voting in that process. That two-step process today has been carefully crafted over the years and has served labor relations, and I would argue workplaces in British Columbia, had served the province well for the better part of the last 40 years. Madam Speaker, the secrecy of a person's ballot is, and we've heard it many times here in this debate, that secret ballot is a critical pillar of our democracy. It's not just applicable in a workplace setting. We elect every member in this House through a secret ballot. We don't do it the way it was done in the 1800s, where yeah, there were still places in the world where people would gather in taverns or pubs and other public spaces, and there would be shows of hands. Do you support this party or that party? And all of the intimidation and harassment that would take place. We don't do it that way when we elect our MLAs. We don't do it out in the open when we elect our members of parliament. We fundamentally allow for those elected officials to be elected through a secret ballot. We elect our mayors and our councillors through a secret ballot. We elect school boards through a secret ballot. Candidates for political office. I think of my own road or path to elected office as a member of this place. It started by signing up a bunch of members in a nomination process, kind of the equivalent of a card check system, followed by having to get those members out to actually vote at a nomination meeting. The nomination meeting would be conducted through a secret ballot. The election of a caucus chair, and I believe that the NDP caucus does it the same way. We certainly elect our caucus chair through a secret ballot. Heck, I was even talking to one of my daughters who's in high school at the beginning of this high school year, and you think way back to high school councils and whatnot, they do those votes through a secret ballot. So it is very strange and totally unnecessary, and contrary to the rights of workers to not continue to afford workers with the right to a secret ballot, so that they can choose for themselves as to whether they want to affiliate or unaffiliate, whether they want to certify or not certify. And there may be very good reasons to vote yes in a certification process, and we've seen that obviously happen. There may be very compelling reasons that a particular union makes to a workplace related to safety or other aspects of working conditions or compensation or the nature of the work. There may be very good reasons for a worker to choose to affiliate with a union. But likewise, there may be very good reasons for a worker to choose not to want to join a union. There are employers out there that, perhaps could do a better job at how workers are compensated, or could improve working conditions. This is a constant state of progress. It's a constant state of work that's required. But there's a lot of employers out there too that pay darn well, that provide their employees with tremendous working conditions. And in many cases, in talking with a number of businesses in my riding, in Kamloops South Thompson, in many cases, the wage rate that's paid is higher than what the union wage rate would be. Or the pension entitlements are higher than what comparable pension entitlements are with similar employers down the street that have a union in place. So there are compelling reasons to affiliate, there are compelling reasons not to affiliate. But the point is that it should be left up to the worker to decide in the secrecy of a ballot booth, much as we elect all kinds of elected officials, as I just rattled off. It's up to that worker to decide what works for him or her. But Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, regrettably, this bill continues a pattern that we have seen from this government where the trampling on people's rights, or the erosion of rights in this province has really been taking place consistently over the last 5 years. We've seen the tabling of significant pieces of legislation that have very little, if any, content within them, but leave completely up to regulation the actual bringing to life of that legislation. So, it was only the other day, it was a piece of legislation that implements a cooling off period in real estate transactions, and there was no detail in the bill. All the details that pertain to that policy are left to regulation, which is determined by cabinets in the cabinet room, which is not an open and transparent process, which is not transparent to British Columbians. We've seen significant changes from this government, contrary to what they've campaigned on in two previous elections. We've seen significant changes to freedom of information legislation in this province. We've seen the imposition for the first time ever of fees to access, for the public to actually have to pay to access what is essentially the public's information. We've seen the scope of what is applicable to freedom of information legislation. The scope has actually shrunk. The amount of proactive disclosure in areas where there really needs to be proactive disclosure, and there certainly is no compelling reason not to proactively disclose, just isn't happening. Or we could talk about CBAs, the so-called community benefit agreements, which is a hallmark of this government, something that I know members in government are very proud of, but they've imposed union-only requirements on major construction projects across the province. Through that process, they force workers to join one of the NDP's 19 approved unions in order to work on those projects. They've said to companies through this community benefit agreement or union-only requirements that if the company wants to work on a project and they have an open shop workforce, they have to essentially lay off their workers. The workers have to go and be hired by Infrastructure Benefits, a Crown corporation. The company can then rehire, the worker then affiliates with one of the, or signs on with one of the unions. They then have to, the company then has to hire the same employees back, but now they're a member of a union. And what all that's served to do is inflate the cost of those construction projects. It's inflated the costs. It's drawn out the timelines that it takes to actually build these major projects. And it's been highly, highly discriminatory to workers. forcing workers to join unions when they may not want to join unions. And that's a backdoor attempt. I mean, I guess the best you can say about this, removal of the secret ballot, at least the government's, being bold and or is being brazen and upfront about their intentions here to get rid of the secret ballot, really to drive more membership to the NDP's approved unions, which, by the way, have over the years have funneled a heck of a lot of money into the NDP. But through the CBA process, that was a backdoor unionization effort, requiring people against their will, basically saying you have to make a choice between putting food on your table or not. The difference being, if you don't join a union, you can't work on this project. That's essentially what has happened with these CBAs. So the government continues to show a blatant disregard for people's fundamental rights, and we see it here with the secret ballot. I mentioned that there's been the requirement for a secret ballot for certification has been around for quite some time. I should also point out that it's quite interesting that, the cynic in me, will come out on this as well, but the government's going to do away through this legislation, they're going to do away with the rights of a worker to have a secret ballot, but whether or not they want to join a union. But guess what? They've kept the provision for a secret ballot in order to decertify. If you decide you don't want to be part of a union, a provision which has been on the books for the same amount of time that the provision that secret ballot is required in order to join a union. So it suits the government to have a secret ballot to allow workers in the privacy of a ballot booth to make a decision around decertifying and not being unionized. But it doesn't suit the government's purpose to afford that worker the same right, which would be to have a secret ballot to choose to join a union or not. How convenient for the NDP government. And I'd point out, because we've heard a bit from members opposite about meddling in a certification process that apparently takes place. Listening to the members opposite, it takes place often in workplace certification drives. The current rules are very, very clear that if employers meddle in certification processes, then certification is basically automatic. Like, it basically happens, right? The Labor Relations Board, they make it happen. And the secret ballot is not something that's foreign to the rest of the country. I mean, it exists in most of the country, many other provinces. Fundamentally, the secret ballot, well, let me back up. When I was thinking about the balance that exists today, I mean, when you really look at this piece of legislation and you as we in the opposition do with every piece of legislation the government brings forward, the first question you ask is, what is the problem that this legislation is trying to solve? Or what is the new initiative that this piece of legislation is trying to drive? And I think about what's the problem we're trying to solve. It's hard to come up with. There hasn't been mass labor strife in workplaces across the province. People have had the right and the ability to certify and not certify with this dual process of signing cards to a certain level first, and if that level's met, then going to a secret ballot, and if there's a confirmation of 55% in the secret ballot, then the certification will happen. My point is, there's been, generally speaking, labor stability for a good number of years. There's been a balance that has been struck that has been characteristic of most workplaces in British Columbia for a lot of years. So what's the problem that the government is trying to solve here? What's the issue that would drive the need to do this? It certainly isn't because workers out there are banging the drums. saying that they wanted this to happen. It's not because British Columbians writ large are out there saying that they want this to happen. You know, to this point, prior to this legislation, prior to the CBA requirements, you know, only about 30% of British Columbia's workforce is unionized. Like 85% of the construction sector is open shop. They're not unionized. When we consider, you know, is the reason the government's doing this because British Columbians again are you know, have been beating the drum and urging government to do it? Well, you know, public opinion surveys, you know, recent surveys have indicated that 79% agree that, quote, a secret ballot vote should be required when forming or removing a union from a workplace. 79% agree with the status quo, with maintaining a secret ballot. Only 9% disagree. And I would point out that 78% of people who say that they vote or support the NDP also agree that the secret ballot should remain. So again, if it's not a self-serving, if it's not an effort on the part of government to serve their own interests, which is I think obviously what it is, you know, what else could it be? It's none of these other things. It's not because workers are demanding that it happen. It's not because we have all this labor strife in our workplaces. It's not because British Columbians want it to happen. And the balance that we have, the balance that exists in labor relations in the province right now, you know, are there needed refinements to that balance over time? Are there needed refinements to employment standards over time? Are there needed refinements to ensure that workers' rights are enhanced and protected? Is there an evolution that needs to continue to take place? Absolutely. But that's why you have a labor relations board. That's why you have a pretty extensive framework of labor relations and employment standards in this province. I think that the general balance that we see in our workplaces and the relative quiet that there has been for many years on, you know, this I would say artificial sense of urgency that the government seems to have underpinning their desire to move forward with removing the secret ballot, you know, flies in the face of why the secret ballot has actually resulted in such a balanced set of balanced conditions in most workplaces these days. You know, the secret ballot ensures that both unions and employers can both express their views to employees. Employee and workers can consider the arguments or the compelling cases that both unions and employers want to make. There's strict guidelines that ensure no coercion. I mentioned that a moment ago. There are rules in place that prevent employers from employing any coercion. Of course, each employee gets to register his or her choice in the privacy of that ballot box. So that freedom of expression piece, being able to make that decision for yourself as a worker, free of any intimidation, any coercion, is critically important with the current system of a secret ballot. I mentioned a moment ago that, you know, British Columbians aren't really calling for this. They don't support it. 79% say they want to keep the current system. Workers are demanding that this happen. There's relative stability and balance in our workplaces these days. I'd be remiss if not also highlighting that the government's own expert panel that they put in place back in 2018 actually recommended not to scrap the secret ballot. They recommended not to do it. In fact, the recommendation of the 2018 Labor Relations Code Review Panel report said, and I quote, "The secret ballot vote be retained providing there are sufficient measures to ensure the exercise of employee choice is fully protected and fully remediated in the event of unlawful interference," end quote. And yet the government decided to press forward. The other issue in this piece of legislation, or the other critical item that bears addressing quickly, is this issue of union rating. It's not just the elimination of the secret ballot that in this bill that will have consequences. The legislation in Clause 1 provides for union rating to take place in the construction industry between the months of July and August of every year, as opposed to the current provision in legislation, which is every 3 years. So let me say that again. The current practice is that there cannot be any union rating on a construction site except between July and August every 3 years. This legislation, if it passes, will replace that 3-year time frame with every single year. Now, why is that important? Well, it's important because where union rating takes place, it can often be highly controversial. It can often be highly chaotic. It can often be disruptive. And all of this results in cost escalations on projects and delays in projects, none of which is good for the taxpayer if these are publicly funded projects. When we think about the scope of major infrastructure that needs to be built in this province, whether it's rapid transit lines in the Lower Mainland or Trans-Canada forward-leaning projects up in my neck of the woods, whether it's any number of other major transportation projects, the Patello Bridge in the replacement of the Patello Bridge in the Lower Mainland, cost escalation in the range of 5 to 10 to 12% is completely and totally unnecessary and avoidable. That's happening through the CBAs that have been imposed. So let's now layer on top of that further disruption and further time delays and further cost escalations that are highly likely to take place as a result of allowing for union rating every single summer, as opposed to every 3 years. It's not a good idea, Madam Speaker. So I guess it bears mentioning that housing, the massive supply of housing that is needed in this province, and we both sides of the House, I think, are finding we're all talking about housing supply as part of as a critical component of meeting the housing affordability challenge in the years ahead. Imposing additional costs and additional timelines and additional delays, allowing for union rating on construction work sites, all of this is counterproductive in our pursuit of ramping up housing supply as quickly as possible. So I would urge the government from that perspective as well to reconsider this provision of Bill 10. So, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I don't believe, having spoken to a lot of folks back home, a lot of folks in the construction business and other sectors, listening to the debate in this chamber, and then really sitting back and looking at the current landscape, the state of workplaces, and who's calling for this, what's the urgent need, the call to action, where is it coming from on this? When I take all of that into account, I think this is a bad move. I think it's a bad decision to take away the democratic right of workers through the secret ballot process to join a union or not. I think it's a bad policy as well to allow union raids on construction sites every single year as opposed to every 3 years. I don't believe that the government in any of the speeches that have been delivered have made a compelling case as to why any of this is needed. And I also believe that the net effect of the changes that are proposed in this piece of legislation will tilt that balance in our workplaces. Tilt a balance, certainly a balance that has worked for the better part of the last 4 decades, but a balance that is not in the best interests of workers, first and foremost in the province of British Columbia. So we have many concerns with this piece of legislation. We will obviously be canvassing it thoroughly with the Minister of Labour in the committee stage of this bill's life in this place. But I can say unequivocally that the official opposition stands opposed to this piece of legislation, and we will be voting no moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Seeing no further speakers, does the minister wish to close debate?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really pleased to talk about at the closing of the second reading of Bill 10. I want to thank all members. Almost everyone participated in this debate, and I want to thank them all. And I wish that there was more substantive debate on this bill. The debate that would be based on facts or ideology, if that's where both sides are separating. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, and welcome, I heard from the opposition benches a lot of rhetoric, very little substance. And I'm disappointed that, but there were some members on the opposition side who made some good arguments, good points, historical aspects, and they talked about the benefits of unions, their personal experiences, how unions benefited them personally and also as a society, and how we all benefited from the work of the unions. But I will not get into the rhetorical part of their debates because it doesn't warrant any comment. But I will say there were a couple of areas that they concentrated on, they talked about, and that is that we are not listening to our own panel that we appointed in 2018. That was one point that they made. And I'll go back to the panel's report to deal with that. And then the second, they try to pretend somehow that they are on the side of the workers. That somehow that the workers' right, their democratic right to exercise their constitutional right to association somehow is being compromised here. And I will go back to the panel report again on that. And I was hoping that they had read, when they were referring to the panel, very selectively, picking up a sentence here and sentence there. I was hoping that they would read the whole section of the argument that they were trying to make to educate those who, or at least advise those who are watching the debate at home. Because I think everyone agreed that there is a lot of rhetoric in this chambers when the speeches are made. But I think we also have a duty to a content of the speeches that are based on facts. And those who are watching, I would go back to the panel report when they argue that somehow we did not follow panel's recommendations and somehow that we are, with Bill 10, taking the workers' right, their democratic right to association away by going the single step certification. I'll start here, Mr. Speaker. This report was prepared August 31st, 2018 by expert panel. This is where they went, page 11. A secret ballot process gives rise to two main concerns: the potential for delay and unlawful employer interference. Under a secret ballot system, employers have more opportunity and incentive to engage in unlawful union avoidance. Longer time frames for certification votes or lax compliance negatively impact the success rate for certification. They went on to say that while secret ballot votes are integral to our democratic political system, we recognize that certification votes occur in a very different circumstances than political votes. I want to, just stop here for a second. This is the panel, after going around the province, doing the consultation, and then they're coming back with this report. Certification votes occur in a context of power imbalance between employer and worker in the workplace. Employer control the operation of the business, have the right to fire employees, and can curtail or close the business. Unlike political votes, Mr. Speaker, just want to pause, and this is what they have said, because it's important for those who are watching somehow that the secret ballot voting right is similar to a political voting right as it is during the certification. Here's what the panel have said. These are the experts, and they refer to it time and again. Unlike political votes, Section 7 of the Code limit unions' ability to communicate with workers during working time. Employer, on the other hand, have an unrestricted ability to do so throughout the workday. Political candidates have voters list, while in the certification context, unions have limited information to determine the bargaining unit constituency. Mr. Speaker, this is important, that if we had a debate based on the facts, based on content, and based on the panel's recommendations and the report. And then the panel went on to say, the integrity of the secret ballot vote as a real measure of employee choice depend on code provisions that effectively limit and fully remediate unlawful interference. It is contradictory and unreasonable to assert that a secret ballot vote is the most democratic and preferred mechanism for the expression of employee choice, while at the same time permitting conduct that undermines the integrity of the secret ballot votes. This is important for those who are watching the debate right now. And many of the members, with good intentions, read out what they were given. But I mentioned earlier some members were genuinely trying to take a position on this because they don't want to allow workers, make it easier for workers to join union. Fair enough. That's the position you're taking. But this is what the panel, but don't refer to the panel that the panel somehow did not support Bill 10. Panel went on to say, Mr. Speaker, panel is acutely aware the secret ballot vote can only be an effective mechanism for employee choice if the code deters and prevents employer from engaging in unfair labor practice and provides meaningful consequences for such practices. I hope the members of opposition are paying attention. Maybe they could go back and do their own reading. And then they go on to say this, Mr. Speaker, and this is important. The exercise of employee choice through certification vote must be protected by shortening the time frame for votes.
Sorry,
ensuring
Minister.
the expeditious and efficient processing of certification,
Minister, just hold on a second.
And unfair labor practice
Can't hear me
complaints.
anyways. Minister, I was just asking members to bring their conversations to a close so I could hear you, but you've raised your voice so that you could speak over them and thus you couldn't hear me, thus proving my point. So if members could please keep their conversations to a minimum, we can listen to the Minister of Labour. I'd appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. So I will read it again. The exercise of employee choice through certification votes must be protected by shortening the time frame for votes, ensuring the expeditious and efficient processing of certification application and unfair labor practice complaints, together with expansion of the board's remedial authority. Pardon me. This is important, Mr. Speaker, when they talk about that we are not somehow following our own panel's recommendation. This is the key. And we made those changes, the recommendations of shortening the time between the application and the secret ballot vote from 10 days to 5 days, and a remedial authority given to the board to deal with when there is unfair labor practice. But they went on to say this: if these enhanced measures are not effective, then there will be a compelling argument for a card check system. None of them read that into record, for very convenient reasons, I would say. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that at the end of the day, what we are doing through Bill 10 is upholding citizens' right to association that is enshrined in Canadian Constitution, Canadian Charter rights and freedom. It is not about employers, although they would be concerned, and it is not about unions, although, yes, they would be saying one way or the other. It is about citizens of this country. It is about upholding their right to association. And I said this in my opening remarks. Right to free speech. If somebody was impeding that, everyone will be lighting their hair on fire. But somehow, impeding workers' right to association and throwing roadblocks somehow is okay to the opposition. Not to us, Mr. Speaker, not to this side, not to this government. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with that, I now move second reading of Bill 10.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is second reading of Bill 10. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? Nay. The motion is carried. Division has been called. Thank you, members. The question is second reading of Bill 10, the Labour Relations Code Amendment Act 2022. Those in favour, please rise. Thank you. Those opposed, please rise. Thank you. Honourable Clerk. Yes, sir, of course. We will go to our friends online. I see you smiling faces. Thank you.
Mr. Bernier.
I vote nay.
Mr. Letnick.
I vote nay.
And Ms. Watt.
I vote nay.
Okay. And Madam Clerk for the votes.
Those voting yea, Rice, Walker, Simons, Popham, Bear, Callon, Kang, Baines, Dean, Ma, Singh, Starchuk, Anderson, Donnelly, Bailey, Alexis, Routley, Whiteside, Heyman, Conroy, Farnworth, Horgan, Robinson, Eby, Dix, Osborne, Fleming, Rankin, Ralston, Sharma, Rutledge, Padden, Sandu, Elmore, Brar, Begg, Deeth, Sims, Chant, Leonard, Glumac, Yao, Dykeman, and Olson, 45. Those voting nay, Millibar, Stone, Halford, DeYoung, Ross, Bernier, Payton, Klovchuk, Rustad, Kylo, Morris, Kirkpatrick, Watt, Lee, Stewart, Shapitka, Letnick, Banman, Ashton, and Taggart, 20.
Motion passes. Minister of Labour.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole House to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Thank you, Minister. Members have heard the question. All in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Acting Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call committee stage Bill 23, Attorney General's the Mental Health Act.
Thank you, Minister. We'll take a short recess to let the appropriate parties get into their places. And welcome to Lua. All right, members, draw the committee into session. Committee on Bill 23, the Mental Health Amendment Act 2022. Recognizing the critic, the member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this at committee, and I was grateful that I had the opportunity to speak to it in second reading. I think that we'll canvass questions during this. I think this piece of legislation is in fact quite a good one. I think that it is something that we've heard be called for from many organizations, and I think that overall, if we can find a way, and there's some common ground here, to support those that are struggling through probably some of the most significant times of their lives, I think that is the work that we are here to do. So, questions on Clause 1, and can I ask those now? Okay. So on Clause 1, number 1. The rights advisor, can the minister provide a list of skills, knowledge, professional accreditation the rights advisors will need to have? So what I'm looking for in that is maybe skill sets, legal background, cultural sensitivity training, things like that.
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my critic. I'm joined by Wendy Jackson, Executive Director, Legal Access Policy Division, Justice Services Branch, Shannon Gibson, Senior Policy Analyst, Legal Access Policy Division, Justice Services Branch, and Charlotte Kreitberg, Legal Counsel, Legal Services Branch. And I thank them in advance for their assistance, which starts with this first answer. So the vision is that the rights advice will primarily be provided by non-lawyers, not that there's an exclusion of lawyers, just that there's an expectation that the successful proponent in the responding to the RFP will probably have non-lawyer advocates. In other provinces, it's a similar model. In New Brunswick and Alberta, many rights advisors have a social work background. And there is opportunity to refer to a lawyer or advocate if a mental health review board hearing or court hearing is needed. So the background of the rights advisors are generally likely to be people with a background in health services, social services, or community mental health, and experience working with people with serious mental health issues. They are and will be looking in the proposals we received to ensure that there are rights advisors from diverse backgrounds, so different cultural backgrounds, Indigenous background, lived experience, speak different languages, gender diverse abilities, just so that people have some comfort and that there's a diversity of people to draw from the rights advisor pool. In terms of training, once a successful proponent is selected to deliver this, we expect to be developing a standard training curriculum with that proponent, and the goal of that is to have consistent service across the province, so no matter who the service is received from, and that it'll be the same in terms of the standards that are hit. And it will include topics like cultural safety and trauma-informed approaches. There may be additional specialized training or qualifications for certain categories of rights advisors, so for example, children and youth, or patients with developmental disabilities, just making sure that the rights advisors have the capacity for the special needs of those groups. And then finally, the mandatory training is going to include, in addition to cultural safety and trauma-informed approaches, intercultural competency, anti-racism, and decolonization and intergenerational trauma training, so that they are delivering appropriate services and culturally sensitive services.
Member.
Thank you to the attorney for that answer. Do we know how many, for the rights advisors, how many languages, the administrative reference languages, but do we have a list of those languages that will be available when this is launched?
Minister.
So the Provincial Health Authority has something called the Provincial Language Service, which delivers, to the best of our recollection, somewhere over 200 different languages of real-time interpretation. That service will be used by the rights advisors in order to be able to communicate with the person who has requested the service. So it'll be an existing provincial service that's already delivering translation services in many, many languages.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the attorney indicated that while lawyers would not be excluded from being a rights advisor, not everybody would be a lawyer. Maybe the majority would not be a lawyer. And just wondering if you are giving advice on an individual's rights, if that advice led to maybe an unsafe situation, or the advice was not in line with the training that was received, or if the advice was maybe deemed culturally inappropriate, or if there was trauma through the conversation with the rights advisor, maybe due to a lack of training or just a misunderstanding of the training, is that rights advisor or the organization liable for the advice that they are providing?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The member asked a really important and interesting question about liability. The team is just having a look at that right now. I can advise the member that in terms of complaints process, our expectation is that the successful proponent or proponents to our call for proposals, they will be required to establish an internal formal complaints process if the conduct of a rights advisor doesn't meet expectations. We're currently doing policy work on an external reviewer of that complaints process to make sure that there's accountability not just within the organization but also outside. For example, under the Ombudsperson Act, government can designate this service as one overseen by the ombudsperson, and I understand that there is some interest from the ombudsperson's office in that kind of approach. So we're doing the work on that right now. And in terms of liability, just noting the amount of time we have this afternoon on this currently. Maybe if the member wants to keep asking questions, and we can come back to that issue of liability as staff work on that.
Member.
Yeah, no, that is completely fine. Just on the complaint process, then is the minister able to kind of, and I know that it's still being fleshed out, but loosely kind of walk us through, like if an individual had a complaint with the rights advisor, with the mechanics, the minister sees fit for that person to either withdraw or to seek a new rights advisor. How is that structured, laid out, or contemplated?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do expect an ability for a patient to request a new advisor if they're not finding their expectations met by their current advisor. In addition, the internal process, we would expect to see standards of conduct for advisors within the organization, as well as managerial oversight and an investigative capacity to review complaints. Typically, when there's an external process and an internal process, the external process requires that the internal process be exhausted first before going to that next level. So that will likely be a characteristic of this as well.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the attorney. Would the complaint process be if there was maybe a family member, or it could be a guardian, somebody with a close relationship to the person, would they be able to access that same complaint process if they felt that they were getting maybe inappropriate or wrong advice?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are obviously medical privacy issues involved. So typically, you would expect to see that the patient has agreed that their information could be shared in order to file a complaint and then receive feedback back about that complaint. Consent would have to be obtained from the patient, assuming that that person didn't already have some sort of legal authority to speak on behalf of the patient, like power of attorney. The further component of this that I'll draw to the member's attention is there is an element of this where a parent or another responsible person could attend the rights advice process with the patient, and this is especially the case for young people. And so if they witness something during that process as a support person attending on behalf of the patient, they could definitely make that complaint as well.
Member.
Okay, so I think that's it. So just the attorney's going to clarify when we're talking about the legal liability. We can come back to that perhaps on Monday, or do that. Okay.
Attorney General.
There is a section of the Mental Health Act, Section 16, that provides liability protection, but it provides it to the hospital employees. It would not apply to rights advisors. Typically in these scenarios, the agreement between the contractor and the government would include an indemnity provision if that was part of the agreement, and that provides that liability coverage, which means that the province then assumes responsibility for that. Any agreement like that would require the approval of the Ministry of Finance.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll say this before. I appreciate the Attorney General's patience on this question because I do not have a legal background, and I mean that with sincere respect. I'm asking a question that I'm learning on. So would that mean if a patient or an advocate was going to, if information was given and they're going to challenge that legally, is the attorney saying that the province would ultimately be responsible for that at the end? Would they be the ones liable? Because it didn't sound from that answer that it would be the advisor or the organization that the advisor serves.
Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I can't commit to this, but typically indemnity agreements include elements like if the rights advisor or the service or both were sued by a patient for negligence in providing advice that the patient relied on the advice, that they were injured or had damage caused to them as a result of relying on that advice. They sue the rights advice service as well as the individual advisor. An indemnity agreement could include covering the legal expenses of the defense for the service and the advisor, as well as the damages that any court potentially could award. I'll just say again on the record that those agreements have not been negotiated with any potential service provider yet, and so any element like that would have to be approved by the Ministry of Finance.
Member.
Thank you for, through you, Chair, thank the attorney for that answer. And just probably last question, would that mean, would the legal bills of the person detained be covered by the province, or would they be on their own for that?
Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So this would depend on the agreement struck between the province and the service provider and any indemnity provisions that were agreed to. So it is possible, and we do have agreements where the cost of the lawyer, the cost of the administration of the legal defense is covered, as well as the cost of damages for some service providers. So it's certainly possible to do that, but that is speculative. These agreements have not been struck. We don't have our marching orders from the Ministry of Finance on this yet because the bill hasn't even been passed. But the agreements could include those provisions. And provisions like that are not unusual in service provision contracts with Government of BC.
Member. And thank you to the attorney. And probably final question on this: would that be different per organization? Would it be a different policy depending on the organization? Would it be a blanket policy under this legislation?
Attorney.
It's not that indemnity for being sued is not part of this legislation. The legislation enables the Attorney General to identify a service provider and to, through regulation, appoint that service provider. But that kicks off a process where a contract is negotiated with the service provider that could include indemnity provisions. But that's not part of the legislation. So that would be an individual negotiation with either the provider or providers if there's more than one. There might be one contract for all providers. There might be separate contracts for different providers. Those decisions have not been made yet, and it will depend on what we get back from the request for proposals.
Shall Clause 1 pass? Aye. So ordered. Member for Surrey White Rock on Clause 2.
Thank you, Chair. Just on Clause 2, just a general question is, can the Minister outline the impact or provide an example of what the change is intended to do?
Attorney.
So this, under the Mental Health Act, there's an existing regulation-making section under Section 43. And those regulations relate to the administration of the Act generally. This bill creates a new regulation-making authority under Section 55. So now there's two different regulation-making authorities in the bill. So we have to distinguish between the two for the purposes of Section 6 of the Act. Now, Section 6 of the Act relates to service. So previously it said this Act and its regulations. The new regulation-making authority that we're bringing in doesn't relate to Section 6. So Section 6, it has to be clear that it relates to the old regulation-making authority that was already there, not the new one that we're adding. And so that's why it says this Act and the regulations made under Section 43. Section 43 is the old section. It doesn't have anything to do with the new section, which is Section 55. So because there's two sections now, as a result of this bill, we have to be really clear about this relates to the old regulation-making section, this relates to the new regulation-making section, and that's what this section is intended to do.
Shall Clause 2 pass? Aye. So ordered. Clause 3, member for Surrey White Rock.
There you go. That's, yeah. I even stumbled upon it a couple times too, so don't worry about that. On Clause 3, a bit of deja vu, I'm going to ask a similar question. Is that can the minister outline the impact and provide an example of what this change is intended to do?
Attorney.
So this section is the exact same thing. This section relates to liability for certain actions. So the member will remember our discussion about liability and that the Section 16 protection is for hospital employees and healthcare workers under the Act. And that this new set of regulations we're bringing in about mental health advisors is not affected by this Section 16. So again, we have to be clear in that section when it mentions regulations. That's the regulations under the old regulation making power under the Mental Health Act, not the new regulation making power that we're establishing under Section 55. So it does the same thing as the previous section, just for a different part of the bill.
Shall Clause 3 pass? So ordered. Clause 4, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the attorney for that answer. The form of notice can be written orally or in writing, and then how will it actually be recorded in terms of that?
Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. There are three forms under the Mental Health Act that give notifications to different groups of people of their of the rights of a patient and what the process is that patient is involved in. So Form 13 is a form that's used for notification of the patient directly. And so there's information that has to be read out loud to the patient, and that information's in bold on the form. But it says things like, I'm here to tell you about your legal rights under the Mental Health Act as an involuntary patient. I will read to you a summary of these rights. You can ask me questions at any time. I will give you a copy of this form, which contains information for you to read. It goes through the rights to know the name and location of the facility, to know why they're there, to contact a lawyer, to be examined regularly by a medical doctor to see if they still need to be an involuntary patient, to apply to the review panel for a hearing, to apply to a court, to appeal to the court the doctor's decision, to request a second medical opinion. The form itself is a fillable PDF. It has space for the patient's signature, as well as space for the name of the person who provided the information. That form is read to a patient. A copy is given to the patient. If the patient signs it, a copy is kept. Certainly, regardless of whether the patient signs it, the copy is kept by the director or the director's designate. Form 14 is very similar, but it is for a person under the age of 16 who's admitted by a parent or guardian. Again, the prelude is the same. The rights that are listed are read out to the patient, the right to know the name of the facility, why they're there, to contact a lawyer, to be examined regularly by a doctor, to see whether they should still be involuntarily admitted to the facility, to apply for a review, all these other things. It's just a slightly different form than the adult one. And then Form 16 is a notification of a near relative. And so where a near relative is identified, they can be notified that a patient was admitted. That form is significantly different. It's a form that does include some rights information, but it doesn't have that. It's not read out loud to the near relative. It includes the duration of how long the patient is likely to be involuntarily detained, the process around a renewal certificate, information about the review panel hearing process, and the right to apply to court. And also it has room for the director's signature or the director's delegate signature and name so that the near relative can contact the hospital. All of these forms kept on file by the facility, provided to the individual in question, depending 13, 14, or 16. And these forms are all going to be updated following the passage of this bill, if it does pass, as it is. And it will be updated to include the role of the rights advisor and the right of an individual to talk to a rights advisor under the Mental Health Act.
Member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on this question, as I understand it, the director must ask the patient if they desire to be in contact with the rights advisor. What if that person is incapacitated or otherwise deemed to be unfit, determined to be unfit in judgment? Can the near relative contact, do they have the same rights as the rights advisor on their behalf? Sorry, just wanted to make sure that I got this clear. So if a patient is incapacitated or otherwise determined unfit, does the near relative have the same rights as the person who's being treated?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If the individual is not able to communicate their wish or that they don't wish to receive rights advice, there's a policy requirement within the Mental Health Act standards, thank you to staff, that requires staff at the facility to try every 12 hours to offer rights advice to the individual. For near relatives under the current Mental Health Act, near relatives can request both a second opinion or a mental health review board hearing already. These amendments don't change that. And our expectation is that there will be multiple opportunities for rights advice once this service is established. It won't only be on admission. Many people on admission are not in a state where they're able to interact with a rights advisor or request that support, but quickly stabilize and are able to do that. So our expectation is that that check-in will be happening regularly. The second piece about near relatives and rights advice is that there are near relatives who are substitute decision makers for individuals, especially if they have been admitted before and they've set up these kinds of structures, or designated decision makers, in which case they would be able to participate in that rights advice on behalf of the patient.
Member.
There's requirements within the Act. What measures of accountability are there to ensure that the staff of the facility are undertaking it? We've heard situations where perhaps not all of the requirements are being met in certain facilities. And so what assurances are there and what requirements are there within the Act for the accountability?
Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So there are a number of pieces that we're putting in place to do our best to ensure that people are getting the information that they need and able to access the service. So first of all, the first phase of implementation will involve, to some degree, some trust that people are being advised about the opportunity to contact a rights advisor, and then that person will have to take the steps to contact the rights advice service. But the second phase, as we get staff trained up and get the service up and running, the second phase will, and once we get the system built, will introduce automatic notification of the rights advice service that someone has been admitted. And then the rights advice service will be proactively contacting the patient rather than the reverse. And that will address the issue, we believe. But in the interim, there will also be, and in phase 2 as well, there will be an evaluation plan. That plan is currently under development. There will be tracking of, for example, the number of patients requesting the rights advice service, the response times to those requests, as well as qualitative evaluations based on surveys and interviews with people who have received rights advice service staff themselves, and designated facility staff to make sure the system is working the way it was intended to. We expect that there will be a role for the Rights Advice Service to educate designated facility staff about the role of the advisor and patient rights to make sure that that work is happening as intended. And I can also advise the member that in response to the Ombudsperson's recommendations from the report about the failures of the system to notify patients of their rights and to facilitate these opportunities, the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions have been leading a range of work to improve auditing and compliance with requirements under the Act. So that work will continue as well.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Chair. So sorry if this is repetitive. I just for my own clarification. So, if a patient is under the age of 19, and they are explained that they can have a rights advisor, if they decline that, will their guardian or a relative be advised that they can have a rights advisor?
Attorney.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So these rights are the rights of the patient to access the rights service. So if the patient says, no, I don't want that, then that is the patient's decision. Near relative rights under the Act otherwise are not affected. The rights about second opinions and the Mental Health Review Board, that kind of stuff. And they're going to get the Form 16 that will describe these processes. But if a patient says no, they don't want it, then that will be determinative.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the attorney for the answer. So my question was specifically on youth under the age. So if it was a 15-year-old, if they had, and depending on what their capacity is, if they had said no or refused a rights advisor, one, would their guardian or relative be notified that they'd have access to a rights advisor? And could that person actually meet with a rights advisor to determine what their rights were, if that was a mom or a dad or somebody that had guardianship? Would they be able to access, or would they be able to override what that youth had determined if they declined a rights advisor?
Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So independent of the age of the patient, this is a patient's rights advice service. So we anticipate that on the near relative form, as well as on the form where a young person is admitted by a parent or guardian, those forms will be edited to include information about the rights advice service, what the rights are of the individual to access it, and so on. So they'll be notified that this is a service that's available to the patient, but it's not a parent or support person rights advice service. It's for the patient. So if the patient says no, then that's the conclusion of it. However, staff think that it's quite likely that these rights advice services will produce materials for support people, parents, friends, to educate them about the process, about what's happening, because they will probably get requests, as the member is also anticipating. So it may be an effective way of doing legal education and supporting those individuals. But the near relatives will also get that Form 16 with that information that this service is available to the patient.
Member.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the attorney. And just to clarify, so if there was an individual, let's say the age of 50, and that person was being held under the Act. And it was very clear to either a physician or anybody else that this person was not able to make decisions for themselves, was not even able to maybe even communicate, given their state. They may not even be able to understand or define or what a rights advisor is. They may not even know what law enforcement is at that point, or what the doctor's role is. So would the attorney's opinion then be that if there was a parent or a guardian who had responsibility for that youth, they're able to get in from maybe written material or something like that, and I'm sure that can be clarified, but they're not able to actually make that decision and say, I need to know what, say, John Smith would be the patient, what their rights are. So I can move that. I need to know. I think maybe what I heard maybe was incorrect, is that they can't make that decision based on that. It has to be the individual that is being that is under the care. It has to make that. And I guess what I'm asking is that if quite often individuals that are held may, and I think my friend was asking this a few moments ago, can often be in times such a state where they may not even know where they are physically, right? They may not even be able to tell what location they're in, or there could be a range of issues in order to make decisions. But the parent or the guardian wouldn't be able to make that. So maybe we'll make it simpler. If my child, if I had a 15-year-old child, and that child was being held under the Act and for the right reasons, and somebody said to my child and said, okay, do you want a rights advisor to explain what your rights are? My child would not be able to answer that question, would not understand that question. Me as the parent, would I be able to make that determination that I want access to that rights advisor? Would I be able to advocate for that? Or is that solely at the discretion of my child who is 15 and being held?
Attorney.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So in that situation, in terms of this law that's in front of the House, the right to the rights advisor service, the right to say yes or no to it, and so on, the right of the government to establish this service and so on, is all predicated on the patient, whether they want the service or not. And if they're not able to, they're not in a place where they can ask for it, then there will be regular check-ins under the policy standards of the Mental Health Act to ensure that when they are ready, that service will still be there for them to access it. It is extremely likely that the organizations that are most likely to put forward proposals to our request for proposals to deliver this service have expertise in mental health law, have expertise in delivering supports to parents and families and friends, and that in addition to delivering the core service, will also produce materials and resources for people outside of this law that's in front of us. But that is unlikely to be a requirement of the RFP process. It's not part of this law, but they tend to do those things. So there's organizations like Community Legal Assistance Service and the BC Schizophrenia Association and others like that, who we hope will be bringing forward proposals to deliver these kinds of services. Because they have experience in that, in delivering these services, there are others as well. And so the hope is that they're able to leverage government support for these services into providing support to families and so on, as they do with other streams of government funding. But this law that's in front of us, these provisions talk about a rights advice service for patients. And it's the patient's right, including the patient's right to say no. And if the patient's not able to communicate and doesn't know where they are and so on, that unless the person's a designated decision maker or substitute decision maker or has some other legal authority in that regard, then it's the patient's decision.
We've got time for one more question, and then we'll note the hour if that's appropriate, or we can do that now. Yep. Minister.
In the hour, Honourable Chair, I move the committee now rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee on Bill 23 reports progress and seeks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Minister?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader. Oh, another committee. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply Section A reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Education and Childcare and reports progress on the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Next sitting, Honourable Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Noting the hour, Honourable Speaker, I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. Monday, May 9th.